A mysterious prince walked into the royal court of Karzan, his footsteps echoing in the grand hall as he brought with him treasures beyond imagination, glowing pearls, enchanted fabrics, and an army of loyal servants. Princess Nia, known for her beauty and her rejection of countless suitors, found herself captivated. But little did she know, the man standing before her wasn't here for love or wealth, he had come with a far darker purpose. Instead of seeking a marriage proposal, Prince Baku had come to claim her hand in a dangerous ritual that would unleash a dark army from the depths of the sea. What began as a charming courtship soon spiraled into a deadly game of power, magic, and deception. The fate of Karzan rested on a knife's edge, and Nia would soon discover that her kingdom's survival hinged on the choices she made. They thought they were dealing with a simple prince looking for a match. But they were gravely mistaken. Prince Baku was no mere noble, he was a ruthless merman warlord, backed by his powerful sea witch mother, and his charm hid the brutality of his intentions. Nia, however, was no naive princess. With the strength of the elder tide at her back and the wisdom of her ancestors, she would soon reveal that the greatest threat to Karzan wasn't Baku's army, but the quiet strength and unity of its people. This is the story of how one prince's ambition would lead to an epic showdown that would expose hidden truths, uncover dark magic, and force a kingdom to unite against an unstoppable force. It is the tale of how Princess Nia, who rejected suitors for her pride, would find herself battling for her people's survival against the greatest enemy they had ever known. Before we dive into the epic struggle, I'd love to know where you're watching from today. And if you're enjoying these stories, don't forget to subscribe. Tomorrow's story is one you won't want to miss. The sun dipped below the horizon, casting long shadows over the bustling city of Karzan. A gentle breeze swept through the golden streets, and the scent of exotic flowers filled the air. The people of Karzan had been preparing for the grand festival that would celebrate the harvest and the unity of their empire. The streets were alive with color, music, and the sounds of laughter, but beneath the excitement was an undercurrent of unease. It began with the sudden appearance of a figure on the shores of Karzan's grand palace, a figure unlike any other the people had seen. A ship of dark wood, carved with mysterious symbols, had appeared on the horizon without warning. It glided silently through the water, its sails catching the last rays of sunlight, casting an eerie glow. The ship seemed to move with a purpose, as if it had been summoned by the very wind itself. From the deck of the ship, a man stood tall. His features were sharp, his eyes gleaming with an unnatural intensity, and his hair, as dark as the midnight sky, flowed in the wind like a cascade of shadows. His name was Prince Baku, and his reputation had preceded him. Tales of his wealth, his power, and his charm had spread across the land like wildfire. But there was something else in the air, something that made the people of Karzan hold their breath, an unspoken fear. Baku's ship came to a gentle stop by the palace gates, and the people gathered to see what was about to unfold. The grand doors of the palace opened, and the royal court came into view, led by none other than Princess Nia. Princess Nia was the most beautiful woman in all of Karzan. Her skin shimmered like polished bronze, her hair cascaded like a waterfall of midnight, and her eyes held the depth of 1,000 secrets. She was graceful, poised, and adored by many, but despite the many suitors who sought her hand, she had rejected them all. No one seemed worthy of her beauty, her strength, or her intelligence. Her heart, cold and untouchable, had remained locked away. But when Baku stepped off his ship, something stirred in her. Nia watched as the prince walked toward her, his every movement fluid and captivating. He was dressed in regal attire made of shimmering fabric, and his footsteps were as silent as the ocean. The jewels on his necklace glittered in the fading light, and in his hand, he held a golden box. Inside, glowing pearls of various colors danced like the stars in the night sky. The sight was mesmerizing. "Your Highness," Baku's voice was like the distant rumble of thunder, deep and powerful. "I come bearing gifts, as a sign of respect for the great empire of Karzan and its remarkable ruler." Princess Nia, intrigued but ever so cautious, raised an eyebrow. "You come from afar, Prince Baku. What is it that you seek in my land?" Baku's smile was as smooth as silk, yet there was a dangerous glint in his eyes. "I seek the honor of your hand in marriage, your highness. Together, we can unite our powers, and Karzan will become even greater than it already is." The court gasped. Princess Nia was used to suitors, but none had ever spoken with such confidence, such power. And yet, something about Baku felt different. There was a dark undertone in his words that sent a shiver down her spine. "You speak boldly, Prince Baku," Nia replied, her voice calm and measured. "But I have turned away many suitors before you. What makes you think you are worthy of my hand?" Baku's eyes sparkled. "It is not my wealth, nor my power, that should concern you, princess," he said, his tone smooth like honey. "It is the future of your kingdom. For I bring more than gifts, I bring an army that can protect you, that can elevate Karzan to the heavens themselves." Nia frowned. "And why would I need an army, prince? My kingdom is strong, and my people are loyal." Baku's smile widened, revealing a glimpse of sharp teeth, not human, but something more, aquatic. "Because, princess, there are forces in the world far beyond your comprehension. Forces that move in the deep, forces that can either destroy you, or make you invincible." At that moment, Nia felt a shiver crawl up her spine. She could see it now, the faint glow in Baku's eyes, the strange way his voice seemed to carry with the wind, the subtle yet undeniable power that radiated from him. This was no ordinary man. As the courtiers whispered among themselves, Princess Nia stood in silence, her mind racing. She had heard rumors of strange beings from the sea, of powerful mermen who could control the tides, who ruled the deep with an iron grip. But this was the first time she had encountered one face to face. The air around them seemed to grow heavier, charged with an unseen energy. The sky above darkened as though the sun itself was retreating, and the once golden streets of Karzan now seemed shadowed by an unspoken threat. It was as though the earth itself was holding its breath. "You seek to marry me, Prince Baku," Nia said, her voice steady despite the storm of emotions brewing within her. "But what is it that you truly want? Power? Wealth? Or something more?" Baku's smile faltered, just for a moment, before it returned with even greater intensity. "What I want, princess, is something that only you can give me." The golden box in his hand glowed brighter, casting an eerie light on Nia's face. She felt a strange pull toward it, a pull that whispered in the depths of her mind. "It is your hand in marriage, princess," Baku continued, his voice low and haunting. "And with it, the completion of a ritual that will unlock the portal to the depths of the sea. A portal that will bring my people, my army, to your kingdom. And when they arrive, your kingdom will be ours." Nia's eyes widened in shock, but she quickly masked her fear with a calm expression. She knew that the mermen of the deep were ruthless, that they enslaved entire kingdoms and claimed their lands as their own. But why would Baku come to her with such an offer? Her thoughts raced. She knew she had to act quickly, but she wasn't sure what to do. If she refused, would Baku unleash his army upon Karzan? If she accepted, would she be sealing the fate of her people? For a moment, the world seemed to stand still. The gentle breeze had stopped, and the murmur of the crowd faded into silence. The only sound was the pounding of Nia's heart. But before she could speak, a voice echoed from the shadows. "You must be careful, princess," a low, gravelly voice warned. Nia turned to see an old woman emerging from the crowd, her wrinkled face lined with age and wisdom. She was cloaked in tattered robes, her eyes sharp and knowing. The woman's name was Goma, a seer who had lived in the kingdom for as long as anyone could remember. "Do not be deceived by his charms, princess," Goma continued, her voice carrying the weight of countless years. "Baku is not what he appears. He is a prince of shadows, a merman warlord who seeks to bring ruin to your kingdom." The crowd gasped in shock, but Baku's smile never faltered. "The old woman speaks of things she does not understand," he said, his tone dismissive. But Nia's heart raced. What Goma had said rang true in her mind. Something was not right about Baku. His gifts, his charm, and his power, all of it felt wrong. Baku stepped closer, his dark eyes locking with Nia's. "You will make the right choice, princess," he said, his voice soft but menacing. "We are destined to rule together." Nia swallowed hard, her mind spinning. She had a choice to make, one that would determine the fate of her kingdom and her people. But which path would lead to salvation, and which one would lead to doom? The winds shifted suddenly, as though the very air around the palace had changed. The oppressive weight of Baku's words hung heavy in the air, and Princess Nia's heart pounded in her chest. She had never felt so unsettled, even in the face of countless suitors who had sought her hand in marriage. But there was something far darker about Prince Baku, something she could not put her finger on. Something hidden behind his charm and apparent generosity. As the whispers of the courtiers died down, Nia felt a chill creep over her skin, and for a moment, she thought she saw the shadows around Baku deepen, as though they were alive, curling and twisting in his wake. But no one else seemed to notice. The palace was still. The people waited in silence, awaiting her response. For a heartbeat, Nia considered her options. Her mind raced, recalling the stories she had heard about mermen and the deep, dark sea they came from, stories that spoke of their merciless conquests, of cities submerged and kingdoms wiped off the map, all for the thirst of power and revenge. These creatures were known to use their charm to deceive and ensnare their victims. But was Baku one of them? She glanced at the old woman, Goma, who stood in the back of the crowd, her piercing eyes locked onto Baku, her lips pressed together in a thin line of concern. Goma was known throughout the kingdom for her wisdom and strange visions, which had never been wrong. Nia felt a stirring of doubt rise within her, like a seed being planted in the depths of her heart. "You speak of a kingdom that will rise to greater heights, Prince Baku," Nia said, her voice steady, but a tremor of suspicion lingered beneath her words. "But at what cost? I've heard the whispers of your people. I've heard the tales of the mermen who subjugate lands and enslave the innocent." Baku's smile widened, but his eyes grew colder, darker. "Those are just stories, princess," he said smoothly, his voice honeyed and calm. "Stories created by those who fear what they do not understand. What I offer is an alliance, a joining of two great powers. Together, we will be unstoppable." But Nia was not so easily swayed. She had heard enough to know that there was more to this prince than met the eye. And if he truly wanted her hand in marriage, it could not be for simple love or alliance. There was something deeper, more sinister at play. "You do not speak like a prince seeking an alliance, Baku," Nia said, her eyes narrowing slightly. "You speak like a conqueror. You speak like a man who believes he is owed something." Baku took a step closer, his gaze unblinking, as though testing her resolve. "What I seek is nothing less than the power to protect you, princess. The strength to see Karzan flourish. And in return, I ask for your hand. Nothing more." Nia stood firm, her thoughts swirling like the wind. Was he truly offering protection, or was this part of a greater plan to bring destruction upon her people? She could not shake the feeling that she was standing on the edge of something far more dangerous than she could fully comprehend. Then, she remembered the glowing pearls, those strange, ethereal jewels he had presented to her. They seemed to pulse with a life of their own, as if they were calling to her. The idea of the pearls haunted her, tugging at the edges of her thoughts. What power did they hold? As if reading her mind, Baku spoke again, his voice low and inviting. "Those pearls you see are no mere trinkets. They are the keys to the ritual I must perform, keys that can unlock the portal to the sea, and bring forth my army." At his words, Nia felt a sudden wave of nausea. The weight of his words sank deep into her heart. The ritual. The army. She was no fool, she knew exactly what he was planning. The pieces of the puzzle were falling into place. "And what is this ritual?" Nia asked, though her voice shook slightly. She needed to understand. She needed to know what she was truly facing. Baku's lips curled into a smile. "It is a simple act, really," A joining of two great forces, the sea and the land. Your hand in marriage will serve as the final step. With the blood of the Princess of Karzan, the portal will open, and my people will come. Your kingdom will become a part of my empire, and you, my dear, will rule beside me. Together, we will conquer the lands beyond your borders. The implications of his words were clear. Baku sought not only her hand but the very soul of her kingdom. And the price for Karzan's protection was far too high. She would not allow her people to fall under his rule, no matter how powerful or alluring he seemed. Suddenly, Nia knew what she had to do. She would not accept Baku's proposal. She would not allow herself to become part of his dark scheme. I refuse, Nia said, her voice strong and unwavering. I will not marry you, Prince Baku. Your promises are hollow, and I will not be swayed by your gifts or your threats. The court fell silent. No one dared to speak. The tension in the air was so thick, it felt as though the very walls of the palace were pressing in on them. For a moment, there was nothing but the sound of the distant waves crashing against the shore, a reminder of the danger that lurked just beyond the horizon. Baku's eyes narrowed, the warmth in his smile vanishing like smoke. His face hardened, and his voice became a low growl. You do not know what you have done, princess. You think you can stand against me, against the power of the deep. I gave you the chance to join me, to protect your people. But now, you have sealed your fate. Nia stood her ground, her heart pounding, but her mind clear. She had made her decision, and she would not back down. You are mistaken, Prince Baku, she said, her eyes burning with defiance. It is you who has made a grave mistake. The people of Karzan will not fall under your rule. Not while I stand as their queen. Baku's gaze flickered, and for a moment, Nia thought she saw something else, a flicker of doubt, a crack in his facade. But it was gone as quickly as it had appeared. The shadows around him seemed to grow, stretching long and dark across the stone floor of the palace. You will regret this, princess, he hissed, his voice colder than before. You will regret defying me. The sea never forgets, and neither do I. With that, Baku turned and swept from the room, his dark figure disappearing into the shadows. His ship awaited him on the horizon, and Nia knew that this was far from over. This was only the beginning of a war that would shake Karzan to its core. As the doors closed behind him, Nia felt the weight of the decision settle upon her. She had rejected Baku's offer, but she had no illusions about the danger that now loomed over her kingdom. The Merman Prince would not give up so easily. And soon, she would have to face him again, in a battle for the future of Karzan. But for now, she could only hope that she had made the right choice. The days that followed were heavy with the weight of what had transpired in the palace. Princess Nia could not shake the images of Baku's piercing eyes, the shadowy aura that clung to him, or the haunting sound of his final words echoing in her mind. You will regret this, princess. The sea never forgets, and neither do I. Her decision to reject Baku had not come without a cost, and she knew that the price would be paid soon. Karzan was a powerful kingdom, known for its wealth, its strength, and its beauty, but it was also vulnerable to the forces that lay beyond the horizon, the forces of the sea. Nia had spent the past few days conferring with her advisors and generals, preparing for the worst. The city was on high alert. Soldiers lined the walls of the palace, and the gates were reinforced, but deep down, Nia could not shake the feeling that something far worse than an ordinary army was coming. She could feel it in the air, an ominous energy that hummed beneath the surface of the earth itself, as though the sea itself was stirring with rage. The people of Karzan had always respected the ocean and its vast power, but they had never faced a threat like Baku and his Merman army. Nia stood at the palace balcony, gazing out at the distant shore where the sea met the sky. The waves, usually gentle and calm, now appeared restless. The horizon seemed darker, and the water churned, as though it were alive with a dark force. The wind carried with it a salty tang, but it was different this time, sharp, cold, like the warning of a storm. Princess, a voice broke through her thoughts, and Nia turned to see her trusted advisor, Commander Demba, approaching her with a worried look on his face. Demba was a tall, broad-shouldered man with a calm, unwavering presence. He had served her father before him and had been a constant source of strength in times of crisis. "Commander," Nia said, her voice steady but laced with concern. "What news do you bring?" Demba hesitated for a moment before answering. "We have received word from the Coast Guard, Your Highness. There has been an unusual disturbance in the sea, strange whirlpools, the appearance of shadows beneath the waves. Some fishermen have gone missing, and there are reports of dark figures moving beneath the surface." Nia's heart sank. She had feared as much. Baku's threat was not an empty one. The sea, it seemed, was indeed responding to his call. "How long do we have?" she asked, her voice sharp as steel. "Not long, Princess," Demba replied grimly. "If Baku's army is truly coming, we will need to prepare for an attack. They will not wait much longer to strike." Nia nodded, her mind racing. She had to act quickly, but she knew the strength of the mermen's forces was beyond anything Karzan had ever faced. What could they possibly do to stop an army that came from the depths of the sea itself? "We must not falter," she said, her voice resolute. "Send word to every village along the coast. We must fortify the gates and prepare for battle. Assemble our best warriors. We will stand strong against this threat, no matter the cost." Demba nodded and turned to leave, but before he could take more than a step, Nia called out to him. "Commander," she said, her voice softer now. "There is one more thing." Demba paused and turned back to face her. "Anything, Princess." Nia took a deep breath. "We need more than soldiers. We need allies. I need to know if there are any kingdoms nearby that may aid us. Karzan cannot fight this battle alone." Demba's brow furrowed in thought. "I will see to it immediately, Princess." As he left to carry out her orders, Nia returned her gaze to the sea. The water was now dark, almost black, and the wind had picked up, whipping through her hair. She could feel the pressure building, as though the ocean was holding its breath, waiting for something, waiting for Baku's next move. In the distance, the outline of a ship appeared on the horizon. It was a sleek, dark silhouette against the fading light, its sails as black as night. Nia's pulse quickened. She knew that ship, she recognized the way it moved, as though it was gliding through the very fabric of the wind itself. It was Baku's vessel. The Sea Prince was coming, and he would not stop until Karzan had fallen. That night, Nia couldn't sleep. The tension in the air was unbearable, and her mind wouldn't quiet. She spent hours in her chamber, pacing the floors, thinking of every possible way to defend her people. But no matter how many strategies she devised, none seemed to be enough. The mermen were unlike anything they had faced before, creatures of the deep, with strength beyond measure and powers that no army could challenge. As dawn broke over the kingdom, the first signs of the invasion began. A fleet of shadowy ships appeared on the horizon, their dark sails billowing in the wind, and the sea around them seemed to churn and boil. The ships moved in perfect formation, as though they were guided by an unseen hand, and the air was thick with the ominous sound of the waves crashing against the shore. Nia stood at the edge of the palace, her heart pounding in her chest as she watched the approaching fleet. She could feel the weight of her responsibility bearing down on her. This was it. This was the moment she had feared. "Your Highness," Commander Demba's voice called from behind her, and she turned to see him standing with a group of soldiers. "The enemy is nearly upon us. What are your orders?" Nia took a deep breath, steadying herself. She had never felt more vulnerable, yet more determined. The fate of Karzan rested in her hands, and she would not let it fall. "We will meet them at the shore," she said, her voice steady despite the turmoil within her. "We will stand and fight. Our kingdom will not fall to the likes of Baku and his army." Demba nodded, his face set in grim determination. "At your command, Princess." The city of Karzan had long been a symbol of strength, and it would not be taken so easily. Nia turned to face the ocean once more, watching as Baku's fleet drew nearer. Her heart pounded in her chest, but her resolve was unshakable. She would not allow Karzan to fall. She would not let Baku's dark ritual succeed. The battle was about to begin, and Nia was ready to lead her people into the fray. The first waves of the invasion struck with the fury of a storm. The air was thick with tension as Nia stood at the edge of the palace walls, watching the distant fleet of dark ships approach. The sea, once a calm expanse of water, was now a churning mass of violent waves, crashing against the rocks with an intensity that mirrored the growing threat. The very earth beneath her feet seemed to tremble in anticipation. As the ships drew closer, the people of Karzan gathered along the shore, preparing for what was sure to be a battle that would determine the fate of their kingdom. Nia's heart beat loudly in her chest, but she held herself steady, her mind focused on one thing: protecting her people. "Commander Demba," Nia called, her voice sharp and commanding. Demba, ever the reliable soldier, appeared at her side almost instantly. "Yes, Princess." "Have all the warriors taken their positions?" Nia asked, her gaze scanning the horizon. "Yes, Your Highness," Demba replied. "The walls are fortified, and our best soldiers are stationed along the coastline. We've also sent scouts to monitor the waters. But the enemy moves swiftly. It will be hard to anticipate their every move." Nia nodded grimly. The mermen, led by Baku, were creatures of the sea, accustomed to swift, sudden strikes. They would not come at them with conventional warfare, they would strike where least expected. "We must be vigilant," she said. "We need to anticipate the enemy's movements. Keep your forces on high alert, and do not underestimate them." Demba bowed his head in agreement, but Nia could see the uncertainty in his eyes. Even the most seasoned soldiers had never faced an enemy like this. The mermen were not just skilled warriors, they were masters of the sea, able to strike from beneath the waves, using the ocean itself as a weapon. As if to prove her point, a sudden roar broke the silence, and a massive wave surged toward the shore, crashing with an intensity that rattled the very foundations of the palace. The sea seemed to rise up against them, as though it had come alive, fueled by Baku's dark magic. Nia's breath caught in her throat as she watched the wave crash against the shore, sending spray into the air. The mermen's ships were now close enough for the people of Karzan to see the dark figures aboard them. They were tall, lean creatures, their bodies rippling with the strength of the ocean itself. Their eyes gleamed with a cold, unearthly light, and their long, webbed hands gripped tridents that shimmered with an ominous glow. "Get ready," Demba shouted to the soldiers, his voice carrying across the walls. Nia's heart raced, but she knew there was no turning back now. She had to face Baku's army, no matter how formidable. She turned to her people, her warriors, her citizens, and saw the same fear in their eyes that she felt in her own heart. But she also saw determination. They would not fall without a fight. As the first of the merman soldiers began to disembark from their ships, the battle erupted. The clash of metal against metal rang out as Karzan's warriors met the mermen's forces head-on. The ground shook with the force of the battle, and the air was thick with the sounds of war, the screech of tridents, the clash of swords, and the war cries of the fighters. Nia's eyes darted across the battlefield, her mind calculating the best course of action. Her people were brave, but the mermen were relentless. They fought with the power of the ocean at their backs, and their speed and agility made them nearly impossible to outmaneuver. "Princess!" Demba shouted, rushing to her side. "The enemy's forces are too strong. We need to fall back and regroup." But Nia would not retreat. Not yet. Not when Karzan's future hung in the balance. "No," she said firmly. "We hold our ground. We fight. We protect what is ours." With a swift motion, she drew her sword, a gleaming blade forged from the finest steel in Karzan. The sword felt like an extension of her will, and she lifted it high, rallying her soldiers. "Fight for Karzan. "Fight for our freedom," she cried, her voice ringing out above the chaos. Her warriors, fueled by her words, pushed forward with renewed vigor. The battle was fierce, but Nia could see that they were beginning to gain ground. The mermen were strong, but they were not invincible. With the right tactics and determination, they could be defeated. However, just as hope seemed to rise within Nia's heart, a shadow fell over the battlefield. From the heart of the ocean, a great and terrible form emerged, a massive creature, larger than anything Nia had ever seen. It was a sea serpent, its scales gleaming like dark jewels, its eyes glowing with a malevolent light. The serpent's long, serpentine body twisted and writhed as it rose from the depths, its massive tail creating waves that crashed violently against the shore. The serpent's roar was deafening, and its mere presence sent a wave of terror through the ranks of Karzan's soldiers. Nia's blood ran cold as she realized what this creature was, a creature born of Baku's dark magic, summoned to turn the tide of battle in his favor. The serpent lashed out with its enormous tail, knocking entire groups of soldiers aside like they were nothing more than rag dolls. Its eyes burned with hatred, and its mouth opened wide, revealing rows of sharp, jagged teeth that gleamed in the light. "No!" Nia shouted, her heart pounding in her chest. "We cannot let this beast overwhelm us." But as she watched the creature wreak havoc on her people, she knew they were in danger of being crushed beneath its power. The battle was slipping out of their grasp. And as she turned her eyes to the distant merman ships, she saw Baku standing at the helm of his flagship, his figure dark and imposing against the backdrop of the stormy sky. He watched the chaos unfold with a cold smile, his eyes locked onto Nia's from across the battlefield. The shadows around him seemed to pulse with power, and for a moment, Nia felt the weight of his gaze as though it were a physical force, pressing down on her. This was no ordinary battle. This was a war for Karzan's very soul, and Baku would stop at nothing to claim victory. Nia's mind raced. There had to be a way to stop the serpent, to turn the tide in her favor. She scanned the battlefield, searching for any sign of hope, any opportunity for a counterattack. And then, she saw it, a glimmer of light in the distance. A figure standing tall against the dark waters, a figure that seemed to shimmer with a power of its own. It was Goma, the old wise woman, her hands raised high in the air, her voice chanting words that Nia could not understand. Goma's eyes were closed, but there was a strange, radiant glow surrounding her, as if she were calling upon the forces of nature itself. Nia felt a surge of hope rise within her. Goma was powerful, she had always known things that others could not. "Commander Demba." Nia called out urgently. "Gather our best warriors. We must support Goma. If she can stop the serpent, we may have a chance." Demba nodded without hesitation. "At once, Princess." As Nia rushed toward Goma, her heart pounding with both fear and hope, she knew that this battle was far from over. The forces of the deep were relentless, but Karzan was not ready to give up its fight. Not while she still breathed. The ground shook with each thunderous crash of the serpent's tail. Karzan's soldiers were retreating, their will beginning to waver in the face of the unstoppable force of nature that was the sea serpent. It was as if the ocean itself had come alive, and the creature was its furious embodiment. Nia could see her warriors faltering, their movements slow and disoriented, caught in the wake of the serpent's power. Panic spread like wildfire, but Nia refused to let her people crumble. She pressed forward, determined to find a way to turn the tide of battle. The sight of Goma standing firm against the storm was like a beacon in the dark. The old woman's presence radiated a calmness that cut through the chaos. Her frail form seemed to defy the violence of the battle around her, as though the very earth had wrapped itself around her to shield her from the storm. Nia pushed through the frenzied soldiers, her heart pounding in her chest as she made her way toward the wise woman. Demba and a handful of warriors followed her closely, their faces grim but resolute. As Nia reached Goma, she could feel the intensity of the magic swirling around her, the air thick with energy. The old woman's hands were raised high, her lips moving in silent incantation, her eyes closed in deep concentration. She was not merely chanting spells, she was speaking to the very heart of the earth, to the forces of nature itself. "Grandmother," Nia said softly, placing a hand on Goma's arm. The old woman's eyes fluttered open, and for the first time, Nia saw something different in them, a wild, unearthly glow, like the depths of the sea had poured into her very soul. "Princess," Goma's voice was a low, ancient murmur, like the wind over a storm-tossed ocean. "The serpent is not merely a creature. It is a manifestation of the sea's wrath, summoned by Baku's blood. Only a force greater than his can stop it." Nia's heart quickened. "But how can we stop it? Our soldiers are falling, the city is being overrun." Goma raised a hand to silence her, her expression stern yet calm. "There is a way, but it is fraught with danger. To stop the serpent, you must enter the sea. You must face Baku in the depths, where his power is strongest. Only then will the creature cease its wrath." Nia's breath caught in her throat. "Enter the sea. To face Baku, the Prince of Shadows, where his dark magic flowed like an unbreakable current." She had heard the legends, the stories of the deep-sea warriors who had once ruled the oceans, and the power they wielded. But she also knew that this was her only chance to protect Karzan. "How do I reach him?" Nia asked, her voice steady despite the fear gnawing at her insides. Goma's gaze softened. "I can help you, princess. But you must trust in the magic of the earth. You must let go of your fear and let the sea guide you. The sea is not just an enemy, it is a living force, full of both darkness and light. You must learn to listen to it." Nia nodded. "I will do whatever it takes." With a sharp gesture, Goma began to chant again, her voice rising in power. Nia could feel the earth beneath her feet vibrating, the air thick with magic. Suddenly, the ground seemed to give way, as if the earth itself was opening up to swallow her. But it wasn't the earth that was pulling her, it was the sea. Nia's heart pounded as she stepped into the shifting pool of water that had formed beneath her feet. The water was cool at first, a soft trickle that moved around her legs. But as the chanting grew louder, the water began to swirl faster, pulling her deeper, as though it were alive. The sky above her darkened, and the air grew thick with the scent of salt. "Do not fight it, princess," Goma's voice echoed in her mind, even though the old woman was now far behind. "Let the water carry you. The sea will guide you, but you must be brave enough to follow." Nia closed her eyes and took a deep breath, letting the sea's pull take her. The water surrounded her, rushing up to her waist, her chest, until she was fully submerged. Her breath caught in her throat as she sank deeper and deeper, the world above fading into a distant, muffled echo. For a long moment, Nia felt nothing but the cold weight of the sea pressing in on all sides. Her mind screamed in panic, but she forced herself to stay calm, focusing on Goma's words. She had to trust the sea. She had to trust that it would not take her life, but rather, lead her to the heart of the battle, to Baku. Suddenly, a great force surged beneath her, pulling her downward with such speed that she couldn't even process what was happening. The water around her churned, swirling like a vortex, as if it had come alive with a mind of its own. She could hear the sound of waves crashing in the distance, and then, a deep, guttural voice reverberated through the water. "You come, princess," the voice echoed, low and menacing. "You are brave, I will give you that. But you are foolish to think you can defeat me." The water around her suddenly cleared, and she found herself in a vast, underwater cavern, the walls slick with moss and algae. A cold, eerie glow filled the space, and the very air seemed to hum with power. It was here that the ocean's magic was strongest, here that Baku's dark power had rooted itself like a poison. In the center of the cavern, standing tall and proud, was Baku. His figure was taller than any man, with skin that shimmered like polished scales, his long black hair flowing around his face like a dark wave. His eyes glowed with an unnatural light, cold and unfeeling. "You are brave, Princess Nia," Baku said, his voice smooth like silk, yet laced with an undeniable menace. "But your kingdom is doomed. You cannot stop what has already begun." The sea answers to me now. Nia lifted her chin, her gaze unwavering. I will stop you, Baku. You may command the sea, but I command the heart of my people. I will never let you enslave them. Baku's smile was chilling, his sharp teeth gleaming in the dim light of the cavern. You misunderstand, princess. The sea does not obey. It devours, it destroys, it is chaos incarnate. And soon, your kingdom will know that chaos. Nia stepped forward, her heart beating with purpose. Then I will become the storm that answers your wrath. With those words, she reached deep within herself, tapping into the power that lay dormant within the earth and the sea. She felt the water, the currents, the magic swirling around her, and she began to chant, softly at first, but then louder, stronger. She called upon the earth's strength, upon the forces that had always been hidden beneath the surface. Baku's smile faltered for the first time, a flicker of unease in his eyes. You are a fool, princess. The sea cannot be tamed. But Nia did not falter. She would not let her kingdom fall. Not while there was still breath in her lungs. The cavern around Nia pulsed with an ancient, oppressive energy, the water swirling around her like a dark force intent on pulling her under. But she stood firm, her feet planted in the seabed, her spirit unyielding. The words of Goma echoed in her mind, guiding her, reminding her of the strength within her. She wasn't just fighting Baku, the Prince of Shadows, she was fighting for her people, for her kingdom, and for the future of Karzan. Baku's eyes glinted with amusement as he watched Nia gather her strength. You believe you can control the sea. You, a mere mortal, who has never known the depths of its wrath. His voice was like a distant thunderclap, reverberating through the water. You misunderstand, Baku, Nia said, her voice steady despite the tumultuous power that raged around them. I do not seek to control the sea. I seek to understand it. I seek to find the balance that you have corrupted with your selfishness and your darkness. Baku's laugh was deep and unsettling. Balance. There is no balance in the sea. There is only power. And I have harnessed it all. The water around them seemed to respond to his words, growing colder and more turbulent. It swirled violently, the currents twisting with the force of his magic. The sea serpent, still looming in the depths, seemed to stir at his command, its massive form coiling and uncoiling like a great beast preparing to strike. Nia felt the serpent's presence, its malice seeping into the very air. The creature was more than a beast, it was an extension of Baku's will, a manifestation of the chaos he had unleashed upon the ocean. To defeat him, she would need to do more than face the serpent, she would have to undo the very foundation of his power. You have corrupted the sea, Nia said, her voice growing stronger as she called upon the magic of the earth and the water. But it is not yours to command. The sea belongs to no one. It is a force of nature, a living, breathing entity. You cannot own it. Baku's smile faded, his expression hardening. You speak as though you understand it, princess. But the sea is not a benevolent force. It is a destroyer. And now, it will destroy you. With a flick of his wrist, Baku summoned a wave of water that shot toward Nia like a spear. It was fast, powerful, and unrelenting, but Nia was ready. She stretched out her hand, her fingers glowing with a soft, golden light. The sea around her began to calm, the water swirling with the energy she had summoned. She pulled the magic of the earth and the sea into her, feeling it surge within her body, filling her with strength and resolve. The wave of water that Baku had conjured crashed against her, but Nia held her ground, the force of her magic dispersing the water as if it were nothing more than mist. She could feel the sea responding to her, the currents shifting under her control. For the first time, she felt the deep, ancient rhythm of the ocean, its pulse echoing in her heart. Baku watched in disbelief as Nia stood unfazed, the water around her calming like a storm subsiding. His eyes narrowed, a flicker of fear crossing his face. How are you doing this? He demanded. Nia's gaze never wavered from his. I am not controlling the sea, Baku. I am listening to it. I am working with it, not against it. The sea responded to her words, the waters swirling around her in intricate patterns, moving with purpose and grace. The serpent, once poised to strike, hesitated, sensing the change in the air. The creature's massive head reared back, its glowing eyes fixed on Nia with growing unease. You cannot defeat me, princess, Baku said, his voice trembling with the first hints of doubt. The sea will never turn against me. I have made it my servant. Nia's eyes flashed with determination. The sea is not your servant, Baku. It is not yours to command. You may have summoned it, but it will not obey you forever. With those words, Nia lifted her hands high, and the sea responded. The waters around her surged, twisting and curling with a power that was both raw and ancient. The serpent let out a low, guttural roar as it writhed in the depths, its massive form convulsing in the throes of the magic that Nia was unleashing. The ocean seemed to respond to Nia's call, a deep, resonant hum filling the cavern. It was as if the sea itself was awakening, shaking off the dark influence that Baku had cast over it. The currents shifted, the waters rising and falling with a new rhythm, a new purpose. The serpent, once a creature of pure destruction, now hesitated, its movements slower, more deliberate. No, Baku hissed, his voice filled with rage. You cannot turn it against me. You cannot undo what I have done. But Nia wasn't trying to undo anything. She was simply restoring balance. She was calling the sea back to its true nature, to its rightful place as a force of life, not death. As she continued to chant, the water around her began to glow with a soft, ethereal light, a light that seemed to pulse with the heartbeat of the ocean itself. And then, in a moment of silence, everything changed. The sea serpent stopped moving, its massive body frozen in place. The waters around it shimmered and then began to settle, the turbulence slowly dissipating until there was nothing but calm. The serpent's glowing eyes dimmed, and for the first time, it looked like a creature at rest rather than a force of destruction. Baku stared at the serpent, his expression one of shock and disbelief. What have you done? He whispered, his voice barely audible. I have restored balance, Nia replied, her voice strong and steady. The sea is not yours to control, Baku. It is not a weapon. It is life, and it will not be your tool for destruction. Baku's form trembled with fury, his dark power crackling in the air like a storm. You are a fool, princess. You may have stopped the serpent, but you cannot stop me. I am the Prince of Shadows. I am the sea's true ruler. Nia shook her head, her eyes filled with unwavering resolve. No, Baku. You are nothing but a shadow. And shadows cannot rule the light. With those final words, Nia raised her hand once more, and the sea responded. The water around her surged forward, not in violence, but in a powerful wave of cleansing light. The currents wrapped around Baku, pulling him into the depths of the ocean. His scream echoed through the cavern as the waters closed in around him, swallowing him whole. For a moment, there was silence. The cavern was calm, the water still, as if the very ocean was holding its breath. Then, slowly, the light faded, and Nia found herself standing alone in the quiet depths of the sea. The serpent, now at rest, drifted peacefully in the water, no longer a creature of terror. Nia exhaled, her body trembling with exhaustion. She had done it. She had faced Baku and defeated him, not with force, but with the power of balance, with the power of understanding. But as the waters around her began to clear, she knew that the battle was not truly over. The sea had been freed, but Karzan still needed her. Her kingdom, her people, were still at risk. And there was one more thing she had to do. As the waters settled around Nia, the reality of what she had just accomplished began to sink in. She had faced Baku, the ruthless Prince of Shadows, and had defeated him with the power of the sea. Yet, despite the momentary calm, she knew deep down that the battle was far from over. The Prince of Shadows was not easily vanquished. The dark magic he had woven would not simply disappear with the ebb of the tide. With a heavy heart, Nia turned away from the great cavern and began her ascent back to the surface. The water felt heavier now, as if it, too, had acknowledged the weight of the battle that had just transpired. Her body, weary and bruised, ached with exhaustion, but her mind was sharp, focused on the task ahead. She couldn't afford to be complacent. The kingdom still needed her. As she swam upwards, the darkness around her slowly began to lighten. The pressure on her chest eased, and the water seemed to part, guiding her toward the surface. The calmness of the sea that had embraced her during the battle was now a distant memory, replaced by the heavy sense of urgency that clawed at her. She had to return to Karzan. She had to ensure that her people were safe from whatever remnants of Baku's dark influence still lingered. The surface of the water finally broke, and Nia emerged into the open air. The sky above was dark with storm clouds, the horizon a swirling mass of black and gray. The wind howled like a wounded beast, whipping her hair around her face. But it wasn't just the storm that filled the air, it was something darker, something more ominous. Nia gasped as she looked around. The shores of Karzan lay before her, but they were not the same as she had left them. The once vibrant city was now a ghostly silhouette against the tumultuous sky, the walls of the palace barely visible through the heavy mist. The storm had not only risen in the sky but had spread its claws into the very heart of the kingdom. Fear gripped her chest as she swam toward the shore, her arms slicing through the water with urgency. What had happened while she was beneath the surface? How had the storm spread so quickly? Baku was gone, but his influence, it seemed, had not vanished with his defeat. As Nia reached the shore, her feet finally touching solid ground, she saw the familiar faces of her people in the distance. But their expressions were not those of relief or joy. They were faces twisted in fear and confusion. The soldiers who had fought valiantly to protect the city now stood in a disorganized line, their weapons lowered, eyes scanning the horizon as if waiting for something terrible to arrive. Nia's heart pounded in her chest as she rushed toward them. What happened? What is going on? One of the soldiers, a tall man named Jolly, turned to her, his face pale. Princess, the storm, it came without warning. The sky darkened, the winds howled, and the sea rose higher than it ever has before. We've tried to defend the city, but the waters have come crashing over the walls. The gates are flooded. We cannot hold them back any longer. Nia's mind raced. The sea had always been a force of nature, unpredictable and powerful, but this was something different. It was as if the storm had a mind of its own, an intelligence behind its fury. Could Baku's dark magic still be at work? Could he have called upon some final, terrible curse before he was defeated? Where is my father? Where is the king? Nia demanded. Jolly's eyes darkened, and his shoulders slumped. The king is in the palace, princess. But the palace is surrounded by the sea. No one can get in or out. We fear that the palace itself may not survive the storm. A chill ran through Nia's spine. She had to act quickly. The storm was not just a natural disaster, it was an attack. Baku had used the sea as his weapon, and now the sea itself was rebelling against Karzan. But she also knew that the sea's fury could not be tamed by simple force. She had called upon the sea to protect her people once before. Could she do it again? Take me to the palace, Nia ordered, her voice sharp with determination. Jolly hesitated for a moment but then nodded. Of course, princess. The two of them, along with a small group of soldiers, made their way toward the palace. The streets were eerily quiet, save for the sound of the wind whistling through the buildings and the distant crash of waves against the shore. The usual vibrancy of the city was gone, replaced by an unnatural stillness that seemed to hang in the air like a thick fog. As they neared the palace gates, Nia felt the full force of the storm. The wind was now a roaring beast, howling in fury as it whipped through the streets, sending debris flying in every direction. The sea, once calm and steady, now seemed to be alive with malevolent intent, its waves crashing higher and higher, as if it sought to consume the very land itself. The palace gates, usually a grand entrance adorned with intricate carvings, were now half submerged in the rising water. Soldiers struggled to keep the gates closed, but it was clear they were fighting a losing battle. The sea had already breached the walls, and the water was pouring into the palace courtyard. "We must get inside," Nia said, her voice steady despite the chaos around her. She turned to Jolly. "Gather the others. We will make our way through the side entrance." Jolly nodded, and within moments, they were moving swiftly through the side streets, taking the lesser-known paths that would lead them to the back of the palace. The wind howled around them, but Nia remained focused, her thoughts centered on her father, the king. If he was still alive, they needed to get him to safety, fast. As they reached the back entrance of the palace, Nia's heart skipped a beat. The doors were open, and she could see shadows moving inside. But it wasn't just the royal guards or her father's advisors. No, there was something darker in those shadows. A figure emerged from the depths of the palace, silhouetted against the faint glow of lantern light. "Nia," the voice was low and dangerous. Nia's heart froze as the figure stepped forward, revealing himself in the dim light. It was Baku. His once regal appearance was now twisted, his skin blackened as if scorched by the very flames of the underworld. His eyes were a molten red, glowing with dark magic. The aura around him was thick with power, and the storm above them seemed to answer his call, the winds picking up once again as if they were extensions of his will. "You should have stayed beneath the sea, princess," Baku sneered, his voice dripping with malice. "You may have won your battle, but the war is far from over. The storm you see is my final gift to your kingdom. The sea will never be your ally again." Nia stood her ground, her body tense with both fear and defiance. "You are wrong, Baku," she said, her voice steady. "The sea may have answered your call for a time, but it answers to something greater. It answers to balance, and I will restore that balance once more." Baku laughed, a cruel, hollow sound. "Balance. You truly believe that you can undo what I have done? The sea belongs to me now, and there is nothing you can do to stop it." Nia's heart raced as she realized the truth. This storm was not just an attack on Karzan. It was a manifestation of Baku's vengeance, his final attempt to destroy everything she held dear. But she could not let him win. Not now, not after everything she had fought for. With a deep breath, Nia stepped forward, her hand reaching toward the storm above. The winds howled, and the waters rose higher, but she knew that the power of the earth and the sea still ran through her veins. It was time to face Baku once and for all. Nia's heart hammered in her chest as she faced Baku, who stood before her, his form more monstrous than ever. The storm raged above, its fury seemingly drawn from his every word and gesture. The air crackled with dark energy, the sea rising and falling in chaotic waves as though it, too, had become a pawn in Baku's twisted game. "You should have stayed where you were safe, princess," Baku sneered, his voice like the sound of thunder. "But now, you've come to face your doom. The storm is mine to command, and your kingdom will fall under its wrath. There is no one left to save you." Nia clenched her fists, feeling the steady pulse of power within her. She had faced the sea's fury before, but this was different. This wasn't just a storm, it was the culmination of Baku's magic, his vengeance on a scale she had never imagined. But it was also a manifestation of his fear and desperation. She had defeated him once, and she could do it again. "You are wrong, Baku," she said, her voice steady despite the chaos around them. "You may have the storm, but you do not have the sea. The sea does not answer to you, it answers to balance, to life, not to destruction." Baku's eyes glowed brighter, a cruel laugh escaping his lips. "Balance. You still do not understand, do you? The sea is chaos. It is a destroyer. And I have made it my ally. The storm is my gift, and Karzan will drown in it." The wind howled louder, and the sea surged higher, its waves crashing over the palace walls. Nia could feel the weight of the storm pressing down on her, but she did not waver. She had seen the true nature of the sea, the balance that lay beneath its violent surface. It was not a destroyer, as Baku claimed. It was a force of nature, yes, but it could also heal, renew, and protect. If only she could restore that balance. "I know the sea better than you ever will," Nia said, her voice strong with conviction. "I understand its rhythms, its heart. And I will not let you twist it into a weapon. You may have summoned a storm, but it is not your storm. It is the storm of a broken soul, a soul that seeks to control what cannot be controlled." With those words, Nia stretched her hands out toward the swirling chaos above. The wind screamed in protest, but Nia stood firm, her feet grounded in the earth. She could feel the power of the storm, its raw, untamed energy, but she also felt something else, something deeper. Beneath the storm, beneath the waves, there was a pulse, a rhythm that was older than the sea itself. The ocean had a heartbeat, and Nia could feel it resonating in her chest. As she focused, her breathing slow and steady, she reached out with her mind, calling to the sea. It was not a call for power, but a call for understanding, for harmony. She had learned to listen to the sea, to feel its currents, its tides. And now, she would do so again, but this time, she would call for it to return to its true nature, its natural balance. The storm above them raged on, but Nia could sense a shift, a subtle change. The winds began to slow, the waves growing less violent. The sea, which had once been an agent of destruction, now seemed to pause, as if waiting for Nia's next move. "Do you really believe you can stop me?" Baku spat, his eyes burning with rage. He raised his arms, and the storm seemed to intensify once more, the winds howling louder and the waves crashing even higher. Nia's heart beat in time with the rhythm of the sea. She closed her eyes and took a deep breath. "I don't have to stop you, Baku. I only need to remind the sea of its true purpose." With that, Nia's magic surged, not as an explosion of power, but as a steady, flowing force that spread through the air, through the storm, and into the very heart of the sea. She could feel the sea's pulse, its rhythm, its breath. She wasn't controlling it. She was sinking with it, becoming one with its eternal flow. And in that moment, the storm began to settle, the winds dying down and the waves retreating. Baku's face twisted in fury as the storm began to lose its grip on the kingdom. "No," he shouted, his voice cracking with desperation. "This cannot be. I am the master of the sea." "You never were," Nia replied, her voice calm and unyielding. "You only thought you could control it. But the sea cannot be tamed by force. It is not yours to rule." The water around them shimmered as Nia's magic reached its peak. The storm, once wild and untamable, began to settle, the winds weakening and the waves receding. The sky, once black with fury, slowly began to clear, the first hints of sunlight breaking through the clouds. Baku fell to his knees, his hands clutching at the water, his eyes wide with disbelief. "This isn't possible," he muttered, his voice hollow. I was supposed to rule." "You were never meant to rule the sea," Nia said, her voice soft but filled with the weight of truth. "It is not meant to be ruled by any one being. It belongs to the earth, to the land, to the sky. It is a force of balance, not dominance." With a final, resolute movement, Nia extended her hand toward the storm, and the last of its fury dissipated into the air. The winds calmed, the waves settled, and the storm that had threatened to destroy Karzan was no more. The air felt still, almost sacred, as if the very kingdom had been granted a second chance. But Baku was not done. He rose to his feet, his form shuddering with the last remnants of his dark magic. "This isn't over," he hissed, his voice low and threatening. "You may have stopped the storm, but the sea is still mine. And I will come for you again." Nia's eyes narrowed, but she remained calm. "You may have power, Baku, but you do not have the heart of the sea. And that is where your magic fails." With a final, piercing glare, Baku vanished into the water, disappearing beneath the waves as quickly as he had appeared. The storm had passed, but the echoes of his darkness still lingered in the air, like the last traces of a nightmare fading into the dawn. Nia stood alone, the sea now calm and still around her. Her heart raced, her breath coming in short gasps, but she felt something else, something deep within her. The sea had answered her call, but it wasn't just the sea. It was her connection to the land, to the world around her, to the balance of life itself. She had won, but the battle was far from over. Karzan was safe, for now. But Baku's words echoed in her mind. This wasn't over. The sea was still his ally, and his hunger for vengeance had not been sated. He would return, and when he did, Nia would be ready. As the last remnants of the storm faded, Nia made her way toward the palace. Her kingdom was safe, but there was no time for rest. There was much work to be done, and the war for the soul of Karzan was far from finished. The morning after the storm, Karzan's air was thick with a lingering heaviness. The sun shone faintly through the clouds, casting a dull light across the ruined city. Everywhere Nia looked, there were signs of the storm's destruction: trees uprooted, buildings collapsed, and debris scattered in every direction. The sea had taken its toll, and yet, as the city stirred to life, there was a feeling of unease that clung to the people like a shadow. Nia stood at the edge of the palace's outer courtyard, gazing out at the endless horizon. The waves, once violent and raging, now lapped gently at the shores, as though the sea itself had tired of its battle. It was hard to believe that only the day before, the kingdom had been on the brink of ruin. Yet, despite the calm, she could not shake the feeling that something far darker still lurked beneath the surface, waiting to rise again. Jolly, the tall soldier who had stood by her through so much, approached cautiously. His armor was dented, his face weary, but his eyes were filled with determination. "Princess," he said softly, bowing his head. "The people are beginning to rebuild, but there are many questions. They wonder if this storm is truly over. They wonder if Baku is truly gone." Nia turned her gaze to him, her brow furrowed in thought. "The storm may have passed, Jolly, but Baku's magic still lingers in the air. We cannot be certain that he is truly gone." Jolly nodded, understanding the gravity of her words. "What will we do, Princess? Should we send out scouts to search for any signs of his return?" Nia took a deep breath, the weight of leadership pressing on her shoulders. "Yes, but we must do more than that. We need to find out where Baku's power comes from. He may have been defeated for now, but his influence runs deep. There's something about him that we still do not fully understand." Jolly remained silent for a moment, clearly troubled. "And the sea seems so quiet now, like it's holding its breath. Do you think the storm could have been a sign of something more? Something that we haven't seen yet?" Nia's heart clenched at his words. She had already suspected it. The sea was not just a weapon for Baku, it was his lifeblood, his power, and now that power had been disrupted. But what if that disruption had awakened something else? Something deeper, more ancient? "I don't know," Nia admitted, her voice tinged with uncertainty. "But I have to find out. There is a force beneath the surface of the sea, something that Baku has touched. And I fear that if we don't stop it now, it will rise again, stronger, darker, and more dangerous than before." Jolly's gaze hardened, his resolve unwavering. "Then we will fight, Princess. We will fight until there is no enemy left to stand against us." Nia smiled faintly, grateful for his loyalty, but deep down, she knew that this battle was unlike any they had fought before. The sea was not a simple foe to be defeated with steel and strength. It was a living, breathing entity, older than any kingdom or empire, and its depths held secrets that even she could not fully comprehend. As the days passed, Nia began to prepare for a journey into the heart of the sea itself. She knew that she had to uncover the true source of Baku's power, and that meant venturing to places where the human eye could not see. The sea held mysteries that could not be unraveled by force alone. She would need to listen, to understand, to communicate with the very heart of the ocean. She gathered a small group of trusted warriors, including Jolly, and set off for the coast, where the sea was said to hold the ancient ruins of a long-forgotten temple. It was a place of legend, a place whispered about in stories, where the old gods of the sea had once been worshipped. The temple, if it still stood, might hold the answers they sought. The journey was long and treacherous. The coast was rugged, the cliffs towering high above them, and the wind, though not as fierce as the storm, still carried a chill that seemed to seep into their bones. The further they traveled, the more Nia could feel the presence of something ancient, something powerful just beneath the waves. The sea's pulse was strong, and yet, it was different, darker. They arrived at the temple just as the sun began to set, its orange light casting a strange glow on the stone ruins. The temple was half submerged, the waves lapping at its base as if the sea itself had claimed it as its own. The walls were covered in intricate carvings, depicting scenes of ancient sea creatures and gods, their faces worn with age. At the center of the temple stood a massive stone statue of a great fish, its mouth open as if to swallow the sky. Nia felt a shiver run down her spine as she approached the statue. There was something about it, something familiar, something that called to her. She knelt before the stone fish, her fingers brushing against the cold, damp surface. Suddenly, the sea seemed to respond. The waters at the base of the statue began to churn, and a low rumble echoed from beneath the earth. The waves crashed higher, as if something was stirring deep within the ocean's depths. Jolly stepped forward, his hand on his sword. "Princess, what's happening? What have we awakened?" Nia's heart raced as she watched the water shift and move, the sea responding to something, or someone, deep beneath the surface. The air grew thick with tension, and the ground beneath her feet seemed to tremble. "I don't know," she said softly, her voice tight with fear and uncertainty. "But I think we've just uncovered the heart of Baku's power." The rumbling grew louder, and then, with a deafening roar, the water around them surged upward, flooding the temple and crashing over the stone walls. In the distance, a figure rose from the depths, silhouetted against the darkening sky. It was not Baku. This was something else, something ancient, something that had been waiting for centuries to awaken. The figure stepped forward, the water cascading off its massive form, revealing a creature unlike anything Nia had ever seen. It was a being of the sea, its body covered in shimmering scales that glowed faintly in the dim light. Its eyes were the color of the deepest ocean, and its face was both beautiful and terrifying, a mixture of human and fish, a being of both land and sea. "Who dares to awaken me?" the creature's voice boomed, echoing through the ruins like the roar of 1,000 storms. Nia stepped forward, her heart pounding in her chest. "I am Princess Nia of Karzan, and I seek answers. What is this place? What power lies beneath the waves?" The creature's eyes narrowed, its gaze piercing into Nia's soul. "You seek answers, Princess. Very well. But know this, there are forces at work here that even you cannot control. The storm that Baku unleashed was merely a glimpse of what lies beneath. The sea has its own will, and you are but a small part of its eternal rhythm." Nia swallowed, trying to steady her breathing. She had not expected this, had not expected to uncover such ancient power. But now she had no choice but to face it. "Please," she said, her voice steady despite the fear rising within her, "I need to know how to stop Baku. He seeks to destroy everything. The sea, he controls it with dark magic. How do I stop him?" The creature studied her for a long moment, its eyes searching hers. Finally, it spoke. "To stop Baku, you must first understand the sea's true nature. It is not a force to be wielded, it is a force to be understood. Only by embracing the deep waters can you restore balance. But know this, the deeper you go, the more dangerous it becomes. The sea does not forgive those who seek to control it. Only those who listen to its voice will survive." Nia nodded slowly, her mind racing. The journey ahead would be perilous, but she had no choice. She had to save her kingdom, and to do that, she would have to dive deeper than she ever had before, into the heart of the sea itself. The moon hung high in the night sky, casting a pale light over the sea as Nia stood before the great sea creature, her heart heavy with the weight of its words. The creature, an ancient being, older than any living memory, had spoken of a power far beyond anything she had ever imagined. The sea's true nature was not a force to be wielded, it was a mystery to be understood, a living entity with its own desires and will. To defeat Baku, she would have to listen to it, to embrace its deep currents and uncharted depths. But could she do that? Could she truly comprehend the sea in all its vastness? The creature had warned her that the deeper she ventured, the more dangerous the waters would become. She was no longer just a princess, no longer merely a ruler. She was becoming part of the sea, and it was unclear whether the sea would embrace her or consume her. The ruins of the ancient temple were silent now, save for the occasional lapping of the waves against the stone. The creature, standing tall and imposing, regarded Nia with a mixture of curiosity and caution. "You are brave, princess," the creature said, its voice echoing in the night air, "but bravery alone will not save you. You must be prepared to lose yourself in the process. The sea is not a thing of control. It is a thing of surrender." Nia shivered, but she stood firm. "I will do whatever it takes," she said. "I will surrender if that is what is required. But I need to understand the sea. I need to know how to stop Baku." The creature seemed to contemplate her words for a moment before nodding solemnly. "Very well. But be warned, to hear the voice of the abyss is to hear the truth of existence itself. It will change you. You may never return from it the same." The sea creature turned, its massive form gliding smoothly through the water, a trail of bioluminescent light following in its wake. "Come," it called. "Follow me." Nia glanced back at Jolly and the others, who had stood in silence, their faces filled with uncertainty. They had followed her on this journey, but they did not fully understand the weight of what was about to happen. "Stay here," she told them, her voice soft but resolute. "This is something I must do alone." Jolly hesitated for a moment, his brow furrowed in concern. "Princess, are you sure? The depths are dangerous. We don't know what awaits you there." Nia gave him a small smile, though her heart was filled with apprehension. "I have to do this. If I don't, Karzan will fall. The sea is our ally, but only if we can understand it. I will return, I promise." With those final words, Nia turned and followed the creature into the water, the sea's cool embrace enveloping her as she plunged into the depths. The water was dark and cold, its depths stretching far beyond the reach of light. Nia swam beside the creature, her body moving with the rhythm of the ocean. The deeper they went, the more the world above seemed to disappear, replaced by an eternal quiet broken only by the sound of her own heartbeat and the slow, steady pulse of the sea around her. The water felt alive, its currents swirling in strange patterns, guiding her forward. Every movement, every flick of the sea creature's tail seemed to resonate through Nia's body, as though the sea itself was calling to her, urging her onward. "You feel it, don't you?" the creature's voice echoed in her mind, soft and distant, as though coming from the very heart of the ocean itself. "The pulse of the deep. It is a rhythm older than time. It is the heartbeat of the world." Nia nodded, her mind racing as she swam deeper. "I can feel it. But I don't understand. What is it? What is the voice of the abyss you spoke of?" The creature did not answer immediately, but instead led her into an even darker part of the ocean. Here, the water was thick with ancient silt, and strange creatures, unseen but sensed, moved in the dark. The pressure around them increased, pressing in on her chest, but Nia fought through it. She had come this far, and she would not turn back now. "Do you see it?" the creature asked, its voice growing more distant as they continued. "The truth of the abyss. The power that lies in the silence." Nia strained her eyes, her senses sharpening as she adjusted to the darkness. And then, in the distance, she saw it, a faint glow, like 1,000 stars swirling together in a brilliant spiral. It was not a natural light, but something ancient, something otherworldly. "What is that?" Nia breathed. The heart of the ocean, the creature whispered, its voice now deep and resonant, as if it was emanating from the very water around them. The source of all that is. It is here that the true nature of the sea resides. It is both creator and destroyer, healer and taker. It is the balance of life itself. Nia's breath caught in her throat as she neared the glowing light. She had heard legends of the heart of the ocean, but she had always believed them to be just stories, tales whispered by sailors who dared not venture too deep. But now, here she was, standing on the edge of the abyss, staring into the very source of the sea's power. The sea is not a force to be controlled, the creature continued. It is a force to be understood. The darkness of the deep is its heart, its core. Without it, there is no light. Without the storm, there is no calm. Nia hesitated, a wave of doubt crashing over her. She had thought that understanding the sea meant controlling it, using its power to defeat Baku and save her kingdom. But now, it seemed that the sea was not something that could be used, it was something that had to be embraced in its entirety, with all its chaos and order, destruction and renewal. She turned to the creature, her voice trembling. "How do I stop Baku, then? He has twisted the sea's power for his own ends. How do I undo the damage he has done?" The creature's eyes glowed with a deep, ancient knowledge. "You must return to the source. You must find the balance. Only by embracing the abyss, by surrendering to the depths, can you restore the harmony that Baku has broken. But be warned, the deeper you go, the more you risk losing yourself." Nia's heart pounded in her chest as she realized the truth. To save Karzan, to stop Baku, she would have to face the very heart of the sea. She would have to surrender herself to its mysteries, its power, and trust that the balance she sought was within her grasp. "I'm ready," she said, her voice steady now, filled with resolve. "I will face the abyss. I will find the balance." The creature nodded, its eyes softening. "Then go. And remember, there is no light without darkness. There is no peace without chaos. The sea is both, and you must become one with it." With those final words, the creature stepped back, disappearing into the darkness of the deep, leaving Nia alone in the heart of the ocean. The glow of the abyss pulsed around her, and Nia took a deep breath. She was no longer just a princess. She was a part of the sea now, bound to its mysteries, its power, its truth. And she would face whatever came next, no matter the cost. Nia stood before the pulsing heart of the sea, the glowing light radiating around her, casting eerie reflections on the dark waters. It was beautiful, in its own terrifying way. The light shimmered in slow, rhythmic waves, like the heartbeat of the ocean itself. The depths below were unfathomable, and the vastness of it all pressed against her chest. There was northwest escape from this place, no way back to the surface. She had crossed into a realm where the laws of the world above had no power, where time seemed to stretch and bend like the water itself. The air, if it could be called air, was thick, heavy with the weight of ancient knowledge. The deeper she went into the abyss, the more she felt her own thoughts slipping away, lost in the sheer magnitude of the force surrounding her. This was not the sea she had known. It was something far older, far more powerful, and it called to her. Nia's heartbeat was steady, but it felt as if it was echoing through the water, reverberating with the pulse of the ocean. She had to steady herself, for this was Northwest ordinary place. This was the very source of the sea's magic, the place where all the elements met, the calm, the storm, the darkness, the light. "You stand at the crossroads of existence, Princess Nia," a voice echoed through the depths, both gentle and thunderous at once. "Here, there are no easy choices. You must choose the path that aligns with the true rhythm of the sea." Nia's eyes searched the water, trying to locate the source of the voice. It was not the creature she had followed here, it was something more. Something older. Something vast. "Who are you?" she asked, her voice trembling slightly as the coldness of the depths seeped into her bones. "I am the voice of the abyss," the voice replied, echoing through the water. "I am the keeper of balance, the guardian of the deep. I have watched the world above and the world below, and I have seen the consequences of those who sought to control the sea's will. You are not the first to seek its power, but you may be the last to truly understand it. Nia felt a shiver of fear run through her. What do you mean? How do I stop Baku? The sea is not a weapon, princess. It is a force of nature, like the storm that blows across the land or the fire that scorches the earth. It cannot be tamed, only understood. The mistake Baku made was not understanding this truth. He sought to control what he could not. And now, he has summoned the wrath of the ocean. To stop him, you must become one with the sea, not just its conqueror, but its listener. The voice paused, as if considering her next words. You see, the storm that ravaged Kharzan was not just the work of Baku. It was a warning that the balance of the sea has been disturbed. The ritual that Baku sought to perform, the one that would open the portal to his dark army, is not the true threat. The true threat is what he awakened in the deep. The sea is a living entity, but when it is forced into chaos, it can turn against everything, against you, against him, and even against itself. Nia's mind raced. So, if Baku's ritual was just a symptom of the greater problem, then how do I fix it? How do I restore balance? The voice was silent for a moment, and Nia felt her heart drop. Could it be that she had come this far, only to find there was no answer? No way to save her kingdom, her people, or herself. Then, just as her thoughts began to spiral, the voice spoke again. To restore balance, you must journey to the heart of Baku's darkness. The power he seeks to control comes from an ancient wellspring, the source of all that he commands. He has already begun to bind himself to the sea, to manipulate its essence. The only way to undo the damage is to return the magic to where it belongs, to realign the natural forces. But be warned, princess, to challenge Baku in his own domain is to challenge the very fabric of the ocean itself. You will face trials that will test every fiber of your being. You must decide, Princess Nia, will you embrace the storm or fight it? The water around Nia swirled, the pressure increasing as if the ocean itself was responding to the voice's words. Nia felt her lungs constrict, her heart hammering against her chest as the weight of the ocean seemed to press in on her. She was at the crossroads now. To continue meant surrendering herself completely to the forces she had no understanding of, to the chaos of the deep. But to turn back meant leaving her kingdom to face Baku's wrath without her. I'm ready, she whispered, her voice steady but filled with a deep, unwavering resolve. I will face whatever trials you give me. I will fight to restore balance, for my people, for Kharzan, and for the sea itself. There was a long pause before the voice replied, its tone softer, as if it had found something to respect in Nia's determination. Very well, princess. But remember, the sea is not just water. It is air, it is earth, it is fire, it is everything that exists. To truly restore balance, you must become a part of all of these elements. You must let go of who you were and become who you are meant to be. The glowing light from the heart of the sea began to intensify, swirling around Nia like a vortex. The water, once cold and still, now thrashed violently as if in response to her decision. The force was overwhelming, pulling her deeper into the heart of the abyss. The darkness closed in around her as Nia felt herself falling, no longer in control of her own body, but swept along by the currents of the ocean's will. The water surrounded her, pulling at her very soul, tugging her through strange realms where light and shadow collided, where the past and future merged. She could feel the presence of ancient forces, beings and powers she could not see, but felt with every fiber of her being. The sea was alive, and it was watching her. In the distance, she saw it, a shadowy form, emerging from the depths. It was Baku. He was different now, his once regal form was now darkened, his features twisted by the power of the sea. His eyes glowed with an unnatural light, and his body shimmered with an otherworldly aura. You have come, he said, his voice a whisper that seemed to vibrate through the very air around her. I knew you would. But it is too late, princess. The sea has chosen me. Nia's heart surged with a renewed sense of determination. The sea does not belong to you, Baku. It belongs to itself, to the balance that has kept the world in order. I will not let you twist it to your will. Baku's laugh echoed through the deep, mocking and cruel. You cannot defeat me. The sea has already chosen. It is mine, and soon, it will be yours, whether you accept it or not. Nia raised her arms, feeling the energy of the sea swirling around her. She was not alone in this battle. She was a part of the ocean, just as Baku was. And she would fight to restore the balance, no matter the cost. The dark waters churned with an unnatural fury as Baku and Nia faced one another in the heart of the abyss. The pressure in the depths was immense, but neither of them flinched. The sea itself seemed to hold its breath, suspended between two opposing forces, one seeking domination, the other fighting for balance. Baku's form shimmered with an eerie glow, his skin slick with the essence of the ocean. His once regal features were now hardened, cruel, as though the sea had twisted his very nature. His eyes, glowing with the light of the deep, stared at Nia with an intensity that sent a chill down her spine. You don't understand, princess, Baku's voice echoed through the depths, carrying with it the weight of his conviction. The sea is not something you can control, something you can tame. It is chaos. It is power. And I have become its master. Nia steadied herself, her heart pounding in her chest as the sea swirled violently around her. She had heard these words before, but now she knew the truth. They were not just Baku's words. They were the voice of the abyss itself, a voice that whispered to every being that dared to listen, promising strength and dominion in exchange for surrender. No, Baku, she replied, her voice unwavering despite the swirling chaos. The sea is not chaos. It is life, it is balance. You have twisted it, corrupted it, but you cannot break it. The sea will never belong to anyone. It belongs to itself, and to those who understand it, who respect it. I will stop you, no matter the cost. Baku's laugh was low and mocking, his form growing ever darker, more threatening. He reached out, his hand glowing with an eerie energy that seemed to crackle with the power of the deep. You think you can stop me? You are nothing but a child playing in the shallows, Nia. The sea has already chosen me, and soon, all will kneel before its true master. Even you. With a swift motion, Baku thrust his hand toward Nia, and the water around her seemed to bend and shift, becoming a living thing. Tendrils of water lashed out like serpents, wrapping around her limbs and pulling her toward Baku. She struggled, but the pressure of the water was overwhelming, and she could feel herself being dragged toward the darkness of the deep. For a moment, panic gripped her heart. Was she too weak to stop him? Had she been wrong to think she could restore balance? The water closed around her, dark and cold, suffocating her as Baku's voice rang in her ears, louder now, taunting and cruel. You cannot escape, princess. This is the end. The sea belongs to me now. But then, just as all seemed lost, Nia felt a spark deep within her, a flicker of light that defied the darkness. The sea was not her enemy. It was a part of her, a part of everything. And she had learned to listen to it, to understand its will. The balance she sought was not something she could force. It was something she had to become. With a burst of determination, Nia summoned the energy of the sea, the power that flowed through her veins, the connection she had forged with its very heart. The water around her responded, shifting and churning, but this time, it did not seek to trap her. It sought to fight alongside her. She raised her arms, calling upon the forces of the deep, and the water around her exploded with energy, sending Baku's tendrils flying in every direction. The pressure of the ocean lifted, and Nia surged forward, breaking free from the grip of the abyss. Baku staggered back, his eyes wide with shock. What are you doing? I am not here to control the sea, Baku, Nia said, her voice fierce and unwavering. I am here to restore its balance. And you will not break it. Not while I still breathe. The battle had only just begun. Nia moved with the speed of the current, her body becoming one with the rhythm of the sea. She was no longer just a princess, no longer just a ruler of land. She was a force of nature, a creature of the deep, bound to the will of the ocean itself. And with that power came a strength she had never known. Baku, enraged, summoned the dark magic of the sea once again, his hands crackling with the energy of the deep. The waters around him twisted, coiling like serpents as he lashed out with all the fury of the ocean itself. A massive tidal wave rose from the depths, crashing toward Nia with a force that could destroy everything in its path. But Nia was ready. She held out her hands, calling upon the power of the sea to meet the wave head-on. The two forces collided with a deafening roar, the water around them erupting in a fury of foam and spray. For a moment, it seemed as though the sea itself would tear apart, but Nia's will held strong. The wave began to recede, the water parting as if it was being controlled by an invisible hand. Baku's eyes narrowed with disbelief as his power faltered. "You cannot win, princess," he snarled. "You are nothing. The sea is mine." "No, Baku," Nia said, her voice calm but filled with power. "The sea is not yours. It is a part of the world, a part of every living thing. And it will not be bent to your will." With a sudden surge of energy, Nia pushed forward, her body a blur as she swam toward Baku. She reached out, her hands glowing with the light of the sea's power, and with one swift motion, she touched his chest. The magic she summoned was not forceful, it was pure, raw, and true to the essence of the ocean. It flowed through Baku, pulling at the dark magic he had harnessed. His body shuddered, his eyes widening as he felt the power of the sea surging through him. No, this cannot be. But it was. The sea was not a tool to be used. It was a living, breathing force, and Nia had become its voice. The darkness that Baku had summoned began to unravel, his power fading as the light of the ocean consumed him. The very fabric of his magic began to tear apart, and the ocean, once tainted by his corruption, began to heal. With a final scream of frustration, Baku's form collapsed into the depths, his body disintegrating into the darkness. The sea, free once again from his grasp, calmed, the storm dissipating and the waves returning to their natural rhythm. Nia floated there for a moment, the silence of the deep surrounding her. She was exhausted, her body drained from the battle, but there was a deep sense of peace now. The sea had been saved. The balance had been restored. But even as the darkness faded and the ocean began to heal, Nia knew that her journey was far from over. Baku had been defeated, but the sea's magic was still powerful, and there were those who would seek to control it again. She had learned the truth, she was not the master of the sea. She was its guardian. The ocean was a force of nature, and it would always need a protector. The ocean, once tumultuous and filled with the swirling forces of Baku's dark magic, was now eerily calm. The waves lapped gently against Nia's skin, the warm, salty air filling her lungs with a sense of peace. She floated on the surface of the sea, feeling the ripples of energy that still lingered in the water. The battle was over, Baku had been defeated, but the weight of the victory settled heavily on her shoulders. There was no time to rest, no time to bask in the fleeting moments of peace. A new storm was coming. Nia's heart beat steadily, but beneath her calm exterior, there was a deep storm of her own. The depths of the ocean were vast, far greater than she had ever realized. The power she had just touched, the forces she had tapped into, were not things she could fully understand. It was as if she had only scratched the surface of the ocean's true might, and the knowledge she had gained was both a blessing and a curse. She closed her eyes for a moment, feeling the ebb and flow of the sea beneath her. She had become one with it, yet there was still so much to learn. The power that ran through her veins now was not just the gift of the sea, it was the responsibility of it. The ocean could be a protector, a provider, a healer, but it could also be a destroyer, a force of untold fury. She could feel the darkness that still lingered in its depths, the remnants of Baku's corruption. The sea was healing, but it was not yet whole. As she drifted, her thoughts turned to Karzan, her kingdom. She had saved it from the grip of Baku, but at what cost? Her people had witnessed the storms, the fury of the ocean that had torn through their lands. They had seen her step into the depths and emerge victorious, but they did not understand the true nature of the battle she had fought. They did not know what she had become, what she was still becoming. A ripple in the water caught her attention, pulling her from her thoughts. It was not the gentle flow of the ocean's rhythm. This was something else, something unnatural, something that sent a shiver down her spine. The water beneath her stirred, churning, as though a new force was emerging from the depths. Nia's eyes snapped open, and her heart raced. She reached out with her senses, trying to understand what was happening. There was something in the water, something powerful, but it was not Baku. This was different. The ocean was alive, but now it seemed as if it was whispering to her, calling to her, warning her. Before she could react, a figure emerged from the depths, rising from the water like a shadow. Nia gasped as she recognized the form. It was not a man, not a creature of flesh and blood, it was a spirit, an entity that had no shape but was made entirely of the sea itself. Its form shifted and twisted like the waves, its eyes glowing with the same eerie light that had burned in Baku's gaze. But unlike Baku, this being exuded an aura of calm power, an ancient, deep wisdom that seemed to radiate from it like the very core of the ocean. You are not of this world," Nia whispered, her voice filled with awe and fear. The figure's voice was like the rumble of thunder beneath the sea, deep and resonant. "I am the voice of the depths. I am the keeper of the ancient waters, the guardian of what lies beneath. You have defeated the one who sought to control the sea, but there are others who would seek to bend it to their will." Nia's heart pounded in her chest. "Who are you?" "I am the spirit of the ocean itself," the being answered. "I was here long before the kingdoms of men, before the kings and queens who sought to harness the sea for their own desires. I am the essence of the deep, the primal force that lies beneath the surface. And I have been watching you, Princess Nia." Nia felt her breath catch in her throat. "Watching me? Why?" "You are the guardian now," the voice of the depths replied, its form shimmering in the moonlight. "You have embraced the sea's power, but you are not yet ready to understand its full scope. The sea is not just a force of nature. It is a living entity, a consciousness that exists beyond the mortal realm. And it is in danger." The word sent a chill down Nia's spine. "What do you mean? What danger?" "The danger lies not in the land, but in the depths," the spirit continued, its voice grave. "There are those who seek to awaken what has been slumbering beneath the ocean for centuries. An ancient power, older than any kingdom, older than any sea. It is a force of destruction, and it is waking." Nia's heart raced. "What is this power? And how can I stop it?" The spirit's glowing eyes dimmed slightly. "It is the Elder Tide, the ancient force that once ruled the oceans before the world was created. It was sealed away, bound by the greatest of sorcerers and kings. But now, the seals are weakening. The magic that holds it in check is fading. And you, Princess Nia, are the only one who can stop it from returning." Nia's mind reeled with the weight of the revelation. The Elder Tide. An ancient force that could destroy everything, the very ocean itself. She had faced Baku, and she had defeated him, but now she was being asked to face something far greater, far more dangerous. And she had no idea how to even begin. "I don't understand," Nia whispered. "How do I stop something like that?" The voice of the depths grew still, its form rippling like the surface of the ocean in a storm. "The key to stopping the Elder Tide lies in the heart of the sea, the place where the ocean's magic was born. But to reach it, you must journey to the farthest depths of the ocean, where even the bravest of sailors have never dared to go. There, you will find the power you need to seal the Elder Tide away once more." Nia swallowed hard. The journey would be dangerous, perhaps even deadly. The ocean was vast, its depths filled with creatures and forces that no mortal had ever seen. But she knew that she had no choice. She had already become a part of the sea's magic. She had already accepted the responsibility of being its guardian. And now, she had to protect it from the greatest threat it had ever known. "I will do it," Nia said, her voice filled with resolve. "I will stop the Elder Tide. I will go to the heart of the sea and save the ocean from the destruction that is coming." The voice of the depths seemed to pause for a moment, as if considering her words. Then, slowly, it nodded. "You are brave, princess. But be warned. The Elder Tide is not something you can defeat with force alone. It is an ancient power, a force that is both part of the ocean and beyond it. To stop it, you will need more than just strength. You will need wisdom. You will need understanding. And you will need the heart of the sea itself." With those final words, the spirit began to fade, its form dissipating into the darkness of the ocean. Nia was left alone, her mind swirling with the weight of what she had just learned. The ocean was alive, it was powerful, but it was also vulnerable to forces that even she could not comprehend. And she was the only one who could stop it. Nia stood on the edge of the shoreline, the cool breeze ruffling her hair as the ocean stretched out before her. She had always felt a deep connection to the sea, but now, with the voice of the depths' words echoing in her mind, she felt the weight of the ocean's ancient power pressing down on her. The journey she had to undertake was unlike anything she had ever imagined. To find the heart of the sea and stop the Elder Tide was no simple task. The ocean's secrets ran deep, deeper than she could fathom. She glanced back at the palace. Her kingdom, Karzan, seemed so distant now, though it was only a few miles inland. The people there believed the worst was over, the storm had passed, and Baku was no longer a threat. But they did not understand the true danger that loomed beneath the surface, just waiting to be awakened. They did not understand that the ocean, their protector and lifeblood, was now under siege by an ancient, dark force. Taking a deep breath, Nia turned her gaze back to the water. It beckoned her. The sea was calling her to begin her quest. There was no turning back. Behind her, the city of Karzan seemed peaceful. The market was busy, the streets full of life, and yet, the undercurrent of fear she had felt before Baku's arrival remained. The kingdom had suffered, and now, it was time for Nia to step into her true role, not just as a princess, but as the guardian of the ocean itself. With one last glance at her city, Nia waded into the surf. The water, though warm, seemed to swirl with a strange energy, as though it sensed her purpose. She let it carry her deeper, feeling the pull of the sea as it responded to her presence. She had learned much since the battle with Baku, but there was still so much more she needed to understand. The heart of the sea, where was it? How would she reach it? What would she find once she arrived? The ocean, it seemed, held its secrets well. Nia swam further out into the open sea, the moonlight guiding her through the dark waters. She had been swimming for hours, but the shoreline had already disappeared from view, and the only thing surrounding her now was the vast, endless ocean. She had been following the whispers of the sea, trusting her instincts, but they were beginning to feel like fleeting hints, clues scattered through the waves, leading her deeper into the unknown. The voice of the depths had told her she needed to reach the heart of the sea, but how would she recognize it when she found it? What would she face along the way? The dangers that lay ahead were far greater than anything she had encountered before. The ocean had its own rules, its own world beneath the surface, a world she could no longer control, only navigate. Suddenly, as if the ocean itself had been waiting for her, a strong current began to pull at her, stronger than any she had encountered before. It was not a force meant to drown her, but one that urged her forward, deeper into the sea. She followed the pull without hesitation, trusting the water's guidance, though her heart raced. Something was coming. A shape loomed ahead in the distance, barely visible against the dark horizon. It was massive, larger than any creature she had ever seen, moving toward her with a slow, purposeful grace. Her pulse quickened. Was it a danger? A sea monster? The ocean's creatures were vast and powerful, but none so large as this. As the shape drew closer, Nia realized it was not a beast, but a colossal structure, a giant stone edifice rising from the ocean floor. It was the heart of the sea. The heart of the sea was not a place that could be found on any map. It was a hidden sanctum, built by the ancient sorcerers and kings who had once ruled over the oceans. The structure was alive with magic, its stone walls covered in intricate carvings, symbols that seemed to glow faintly in the moonlight. Nia swam closer, the current guiding her toward the massive, arched entrance that stood like a gateway to the unknown. She hesitated for a moment, but then she felt a pull, stronger than before, a calling that resonated in her very soul. This was the place. This was where her journey had led her, and she knew that to go forward would be to face the greatest challenge of her life. Taking a deep breath, Nia swam toward the entrance. As she crossed the threshold, the world around her shifted. The water no longer felt cold. It felt warm and alive, almost as if it were embracing her. She descended deeper into the heart of the structure, her surroundings lit by a soft, ethereal glow. The walls of the sanctum were lined with ancient, luminescent crystals, casting their pale light on the dark waters. At the center of the heart of the sea was a massive, glowing crystal, pulsing with an energy that seemed to match the rhythm of Nia's heartbeat. She knew instinctively that this was the source of the ocean's magic, the heart of the deep. It was both beautiful and terrifying, a force beyond her understanding. But as she swam closer, the crystal began to tremble, and a voice echoed through the waters, a voice that was not of the sea, but of something older, more primal. "You seek to stop the elder tide," the voice intoned, deep and resonant, filling every corner of the sanctum. "But know this, the elder tide is not an enemy. It is the beginning of all things. The ocean's true power, its most primal force, has been locked away for eons. The one who awakens it will become one with the ocean, with all its power. To stop it is to deny the very essence of life itself." Nia's heart clenched. This was not what she had expected to hear. The elder tide was a force of destruction. It was the very thing that threatened to unravel everything. How could it be the beginning of all things? How could it be a part of the ocean's essence? The voice continued, its tone both sorrowful and knowing. "The ocean is not just water. It is life. It is balance. It is chaos. The elder tide represents that chaos, the storm before the calm. To deny it is to deny the ocean's will. To awaken it is to embrace the full cycle of life." Nia swam forward, her resolve firming as she approached the glowing crystal. But the elder tide is too dangerous. It cannot be allowed to destroy everything. "The choice is yours, princess," the voice replied. "You can stop the elder tide, but in doing so, you will stop the ocean's true power. You will halt the cycle. But if you allow it to awaken, the world will change, forever." Nia felt the weight of the decision settle upon her. The ocean was alive, and it was not just a force to be controlled. It was a part of the world itself, a world that was constantly shifting, constantly evolving. The elder tide was both a beginning and an end, a necessary chaos that could bring about the renewal of the sea. But was she ready to accept that chaos? Was she ready to allow the elder tide to awaken? She reached out her hand, touching the glowing crystal. The energy that surged through her was overwhelming, but she stood her ground. The ocean was not just something to be tamed. It was something to be understood. And understanding came with the acceptance of its true nature. Nia's fingers hovered just above the surface of the glowing crystal, the energy beneath her skin tingling as if the ocean itself was reaching out to touch her. The choice was unbearable, yet it was the only choice left. Her heart pounded as the voice of the heart of the sea echoed in her mind. "You must choose, princess. The elder tide is already awakening. You can no longer delay the storm." The ocean had spoken. The deep, eternal force that had governed the tides and the winds for as long as time itself had now placed its will upon her. But Nia wasn't just a princess anymore, she was the guardian of the ocean. She was its voice, its heart, and its protector. And that meant understanding its ways, even when they seemed to defy the very laws of nature. She felt the pulse of the elder tide in the very bones of the sea, a primal, dark energy thrumming beneath her skin. It was ancient, older than any story, older than any king or kingdom. The Elder Tide was not an enemy to defeat, it was a force that needed to be understood, embraced, and channeled. If she could find a way to control it, to direct it, perhaps she could use it to save the world instead of destroy it. Nia's thoughts swirled like a tempest inside her mind. She had seen what Baku's ambition had done to her kingdom. She had watched as he tried to conquer her people with dark magic and deception, seeking to bend the ocean's power to his will. But Baku had not understood the ocean. He had not respected its balance, its natural chaos. And now, as she stood before the heart of the sea, she realized that it was not her job to defeat the ocean's power. It was her job to protect it, to ensure that it remained in balance. She took a deep breath, steadying herself. The Elder Tide was already stirring, the ancient magic awakening within her. The choice was no longer about stopping it, it was about controlling it. About guiding the storm, not fighting it. And so, with a resolve that burned like the fire of 1,000 suns, Nia placed her hand on the crystal. The instant her skin touched the surface, the world around her exploded in a burst of light and sound. The ocean roared, its waves rising and crashing with the fury of 1,000 storms. The crystal pulsed, sending a shockwave of energy through the water, and Nia felt herself being lifted, pulled deeper into the heart of the sea. The water around her swirled, spinning into a vortex of light and shadow. Her body was weightless, suspended in the energy of the Elder Tide. For a moment, Nia lost herself in the sensation. It was as if she had become one with the ocean itself, the energy of the tides, the pull of the moon, the vastness of the deep. She was no longer just a princess, no longer just a mortal. She was the ocean, and the ocean was her. But with the power came the knowledge, the wisdom of the deep. The Elder Tide was not a force of destruction, but of renewal. It was the storm that brought the calm. It was the chaos that brought creation. It was the heartbeat of the world, the pulse of the very earth beneath the sea. The Elder Tide was not to be feared, but understood. It was the primal force that had shaped the oceans for eons, and it was her task now to guide it, to harness its energy and protect it from those who would abuse it. The storm raged around her, but Nia felt its fury becoming her own. The power surged through her, and she felt the darkness of the deep, the Elder Tide's ancient hunger for destruction. But she did not fear it. She did not resist it. She embraced it. The energy within her grew, until it felt as though her body could no longer contain it. The ocean churned beneath her, the very tides bending to her will. The waves rose higher, the current stronger, and the sea creatures that had once been mere observers now gathered around her, as though they, too, could feel the power awakening within her. It was then that Nia heard the voice again, the deep, resonant voice of the ocean, guiding her, whispering to her. "You are ready, princess," the voice said. "You have embraced the storm. You have accepted the chaos. Now, you must learn to control it." Nia nodded, though she knew that this would be no easy task. The Elder Tide was not something to be tamed. It was something to be guided, like a ship navigating through the fiercest of storms. She had to learn to ride its waves, to steer its course, to prevent it from spiraling out of control. The crystal pulsed again, and Nia could feel the energy flowing through her, filling her with knowledge that she had never imagined. The ocean's ancient secrets, the ways of the deep, the magic that had shaped the tides for centuries, all of it was now within her grasp. But with this knowledge came a heavy burden. She was no longer just Nia, the princess of Karzan. She was the guardian of the sea, the one who held the balance of the ocean in her hands. And if she failed, if she lost control of the Elder Tide, everything she had worked for, everything she had fought to protect, would be lost. As Nia swam deeper into the heart of the sea, she could feel the power of the Elder Tide shifting, its energy aligning with hers. The waters around her began to calm, the waves no longer crashing with the same violent force. The storm inside her had not subsided, it had simply been tamed, directed. She had learned to channel its energy, to guide it like a master navigator steering a ship through the storm. But even as she embraced the power, Nia knew that this was only the beginning. The Eldertide was still a dangerous force, still a primal magic that could destroy everything if misused. It was not a force to be wielded lightly. But it was hers now, and she would use it to protect the ocean, to protect her kingdom. The choice had been made. The storm had been awakened, but it was under her control. Nia emerged from the depths of the heart of the sea, her body humming with the energy of the Eldertide. The ocean, once turbulent and chaotic, now seemed to mirror her calm resolve. The storm inside her had settled, but its power remained, simmering beneath the surface. She was no longer the naive princess who had stumbled into this adventure. She had become something else, something ancient, something with the potential to shape the future of the seas. Her mind raced as she ascended toward the surface. The ocean's vastness stretched before her, a limitless expanse of water and sky. But even as she swam back toward the shoreline, her thoughts were consumed by the weight of the power now coursing through her veins. The Eldertide was hers to command, but what would that mean for Karzan? For the kingdoms that lay beyond the horizon? And for Baku, the ruthless merman warlord whose ambitions still loomed large? As Nia reached the surface, the cool night air greeted her, and she swam toward the familiar shore. The waves parted before her like a curtain, as if the ocean itself were acknowledging her newfound strength. She pulled herself onto the beach, her limbs heavy with the power of the sea, her heart still pounding from the intensity of the transformation. But there was no time to rest. The storm that had been awakened was not just an internal shift, it was a harbinger of something far greater. The Eldertide was a force that could change the very balance of the world. The ocean was no longer a place of calm tranquility. It was a storm on the horizon, a chaos that would touch every kingdom, every realm. Nia knew she could not allow it to spiral out of control. She had to prepare. Her first thought was of Karzan, her kingdom. She had left it in the hands of her council and her trusted advisors, but she now realized that her kingdom was more vulnerable than ever. The very balance of the world had shifted with the awakening of the Eldertide, and the forces of the deep were beginning to stir. She needed to return to the palace, to warn her people, to ensure that they were ready for what was to come. As Nia made her way back toward the palace, she felt the subtle tremors of the ocean beneath her feet. It was not just the sea that had changed. The land itself felt different, as though the awakening of the Eldertide had rippled out into the very bones of the earth. The trees swayed unnaturally, their branches twisting as if the wind had taken on a strange new life. Even the air felt charged with energy, as though the storm was not just in the sea, but in the very atmosphere surrounding her. When she reached the palace, the guards at the gates recognized her immediately. She was no longer the princess who had left the city. She had changed, her eyes were brighter, her posture more regal, more confident. Her very presence seemed to command attention. "Princess Nia," one of the guards said, bowing deeply. "We have been waiting for your return. The kingdom is on edge. There are rumors of strange storms on the horizon. The people are uneasy." Nia nodded grimly. She had feared this. The awakening of the Eldertide would not go unnoticed. The very power that now coursed through her veins would send ripples of uncertainty throughout the kingdom. But she had no choice. She had to prepare them. The storm that had been unleashed was not something they could ignore. "I must speak with the council," Nia said firmly, her voice carrying a new authority. "We are facing a new threat, one far greater than any we have known. The Eldertide has awakened, and it will bring chaos to our shores. We must be ready." Inside the grand hall of the palace, the council was already assembled. The room fell silent as Nia entered, her presence commanding the attention of everyone in the room. The council members, older, wiser men and women who had served the kingdom for decades, stared at her in awe. They had expected her to return from her journey changed, but none of them could have anticipated the transformation that had taken place. "Princess," one of the elders said, his voice quivering slightly with both respect and concern. You look different. What has happened? Nia took a deep breath, gathering her thoughts. The ocean has given me power, she said, her voice steady. The elder tide has been awakened. It is a force that cannot be controlled by ordinary means. We must prepare for the storm that is coming, not just to Karzan, but to every kingdom along the coast. The council members exchanged uneasy glances. They had heard of the elder tide, of course. Ancient legend spoke of a time when the ocean's chaos would return, bringing destruction and rebirth in its wake. But no one had ever truly believed it would come to pass. How can we prepare for something like this? One of the advisors asked. The elder tide is a myth, an old legend. No one has seen its power in centuries. What do we do if it returns? We must unite with the sea, Nia said, her voice rising with conviction. We must understand the elder tide, not fear it. It is both destruction and rebirth. It is the storm that brings the calm. But we cannot face it as we are now. We need more than just our soldiers. We need to understand the magic of the sea, the true power of the elder tide. We must learn how to control it before it controls us. The council fell silent. They had never seen their princess speak with such authority. It was as though she had tapped into some ancient wisdom, some deep power that was beyond their comprehension. They were all familiar with the ocean's magic, but Nia had become a part of it in a way that none of them could understand. What is it you propose, princess? One of the elders asked. How can we harness this power? How can we ensure the safety of the kingdom? Nia's eyes burned with determination. I do not know all the answers, she said. But I will learn. The heart of the sea has shown me a path. I will find others who understand the ways of the ocean, who can help us harness its power. We will not face the elder tide alone. We will gather those who have the knowledge, the magic, and the courage to face the storm. The council was still murmuring among themselves when a loud, crashing sound echoed from outside. The windows of the palace shook as a tremendous wave slammed against the shore. Nia turned sharply, her heart racing. The storm was coming faster than they had anticipated. Without another word, she rushed to the balcony. The sky had darkened, and the waves beyond the palace seemed to twist and churn, rising higher than normal. The ocean was restless, its energy growing stronger with each passing moment. It is time, Nia whispered to herself, the weight of her responsibility settling upon her shoulders. The storm was not just a threat, it was a call. A call to action. She had awakened the elder tide, and now she would face the consequences. But she would not face them alone. She would unite the kingdoms, gather allies, and learn to control the storm before it consumed them all. The night was thick with the energy of the ocean, the very air heavy with the promise of a storm unlike anything Karzan had ever known. The waves roared against the shore as if in a fevered frenzy, the sky above churning with dark clouds, swirling in unnatural patterns. The wind howled through the trees, and the very ground beneath Nia's feet seemed to tremble as the ocean's power rose in a crescendo. It was clear now, there was no avoiding the coming storm. The elder tide, the ancient force Nia had awakened, was not merely an isolated force confined to the depths of the sea. It was a power that would ripple through the world, a chaos that would reshape the lands, the kingdoms, and the lives of all who lived beneath the sky. Nia felt the weight of the responsibility on her shoulders, the knowledge that everything was shifting, and she, as the guardian of the sea, would have to steer the course of what was to come. She stood on the palace balcony, gazing out over the turbulent sea. The waves were crashing violently against the cliffs, foaming like beasts eager to tear through the land. The storm's presence was felt not just in the ocean, but in the air, in the very soil beneath her. The energy was pulsing, building, and the rest of Karzan had yet to fully grasp what was happening. Nia's thoughts turned to Baku, the merman warlord who had already set his dark plan in motion. He had sought to use the elder tide for his own purposes, to conquer the kingdom and enslave her people. But Baku had made one critical mistake. He had underestimated her. He had not understood that Nia was not merely a princess. She was the daughter of the sea, the one chosen to protect its balance. And now that the elder tide had been awakened, Nia was not the same person she had been. She was stronger, more connected to the ocean, and she would not allow Karzan, or any kingdom, to fall to Baku's ruthless ambitions. Turning from the balcony, Nia made her way down to the courtyard where her closest advisors awaited her. The royal council had gathered in haste, their faces grim with the knowledge that the future of Karzan, and possibly the world, hung in the balance. "We must act quickly," Nia declared as she entered the room. Her voice was steady, though inside, her heart raced with urgency. "The storm is only the beginning. We must prepare for the full force of the elder tide. If we are to have any hope of controlling it, we need to gather allies, those who understand the magic of the sea, those who can help us protect Karzan from Baku and his dark forces." An elder named Fola, a man known for his wisdom and experience with the magic of the land, stepped forward. His brows furrowed as he spoke, his voice carrying a deep concern. "Princess, the ocean's power is ancient. There are few who understand it fully, and even fewer who can control it. We must tread carefully. The more we tamper with the elder tide, the greater the danger to us all." Nia nodded, understanding the elder's concern. "I know the risks. But we do not have the luxury of time. Baku is already preparing his forces, and I fear that if we do not act quickly, it may be too late to stop him." One of her other advisors, a fierce woman named Amara, who had served as Nia's protector for many years, spoke up. "What do you propose, Princess? We know the elder tide is a force of great power, but what do you need from us? How can we help you harness it?" Nia's eyes glimmered with determination. "We need to gather those who have knowledge of the ocean's magic. We need to find the ancient sea shamans who have long been exiled. They are the ones who can help us control the elder tide's power. We need to travel to the distant shores and seek them out." Amara's eyes narrowed as she considered the idea. The sea shamans. They are a dangerous lot. Their magic is not easily understood, and many of them are reluctant to help outsiders. It will be no easy task to convince them. Nia's voice grew firm. "I will go. If necessary, I will do whatever it takes to earn their trust. We need their help, and I will not allow Karzan to fall because of our hesitation." As the royal council deliberated over the next steps, Nia felt the call of the ocean growing stronger, urging her forward. She knew that the journey would be fraught with danger. She would have to face treacherous waters, ancient forces, and possibly even the wrath of the sea itself. But the storm was already coming, and she had no choice but to face it head-on. The next morning, Nia gathered her closest companions, Amara, the fierce warrior, Fola, the wise elder, and a few trusted soldiers. Together, they would set out on a perilous journey to seek the sea shamans, those who held the key to understanding the elder tide and controlling its power. The first leg of their journey took them through the coastal villages of Karzan, where the people had begun to feel the effects of the storm. The air was thick with tension, and the villagers whispered in fear, unsure of what the elder tide would bring. Some spoke of strange dreams, of visions of a dark sea rising to swallow the land. Others claimed to have seen figures in the waves, dark shapes that seemed to watch them from the water's depths. Nia could feel the ocean's pull, the currents shifting beneath her feet as she traveled. It was as though the very sea was guiding her, pulling her toward the unknown. The waves seemed to follow her path, parting like a veil as she moved closer to the farthest reaches of the kingdom. But with each step, Nia also felt the darkness growing, the power of the elder tide stirring beneath the surface. At the edge of Karzan, they arrived at the first of many coastal villages, a small settlement known as Mancula. The village was perched on the edge of a rocky cliff, overlooking the vast expanse of the sea. It was here that the journey to find the sea shamans would begin. As Nia and her group entered the village, the people watched them with wary eyes. The storm's presence had already begun to unsettle the villagers, and many of them believed the coming chaos to be a sign of the end times. But Nia's resolve was unwavering. She approached the village elder, a woman named Binta, who was known for her knowledge of the sea and its ancient ways. "You seek the sea shamans, princess?" Binta asked, her voice soft but filled with the weight of understanding. "You must be careful. The ocean is not something to be trifled with. It can be a friend, but it can also be a foe. The elder tide is not a force to be controlled, it is a force that demands respect." "I understand," Nia replied. "But I have no choice. If I do not seek their help, Karzan, and all of the kingdoms, will fall." Binta studied Nia for a long moment, as if weighing her very soul. Then, finally, she spoke. "I will guide you to the shores where the sea shamans are said to reside. But beware, princess. The journey will test you. The ocean does not give its gifts easily." As they set out on the journey, Nia could feel the weight of Binta's words echoing in her heart. The ocean was not just a force of nature, it was a living entity, ancient and powerful. And it would not be tamed without a cost. The winds grew colder as they traveled further from the safety of Karzan, and the seas became more treacherous, the waves rising higher, crashing against the cliffs with a deafening roar. Nia's heart pounded in her chest as they sailed farther from the land, deeper into the heart of the ocean. And yet, despite the danger, she pressed on. There was no turning back now. She had made her choice. The elder tide was awakening, and she was the only one who could control it. The sea was no longer a tranquil expanse of water. It had become a living, breathing entity, wild, untamed, and unpredictable. The journey toward the sea shamans had taken Nia and her companions farther from the safety of the shore and into the heart of the ocean's most treacherous waters. The skies had darkened to an ominous shade of black, and the wind howled through the sails like the cries of forgotten spirits. Each wave that rose and crashed against their boat seemed to carry a warning from the depths, a reminder of the power that Nia had awakened. The farther they traveled, the more the ocean seemed to push back against them. The waves were taller, more aggressive, and the sea seemed to rise in fury, as if aware of their intrusion. Nia could feel the elder tide's power growing stronger with each passing moment. The ocean was shifting, as though it too had become aware of her presence and the change she had set into motion. By the time they reached the shore where the sea shamans were said to reside, the storm had reached its peak. Lightning crackled across the sky, illuminating the darkened horizon. The sea was alive with energy, its waters swirling and frothing, as if the very elements themselves were in revolt. But even amidst the chaos, Nia remained resolute. Her boat scraped against the rocky shore, the sound of its hull grinding against the stones reverberating in the air. Nia jumped from the boat first, her feet sinking into the soft sand. The air was thick with the scent of salt and seaweed, and the waves crashed violently against the shore behind her. She turned to her companions, her expression grim. "This is it," Nia said, her voice steady despite the storm. "The sea shamans should be here. We must find them quickly." Amara, ever the protector, scanned the darkened landscape. "I don't like this," she muttered. "This place, it feels wrong. The ocean is restless here, and it's not just the storm." Nia nodded, feeling the weight of Amara's words. There was something unnatural about this place. The very air seemed to hum with ancient energy, a power that felt both familiar and foreign. It was as if they had crossed into another world, one where the ocean's magic reigned supreme and the boundaries between the physical and spiritual were blurred. "Stay close," Nia instructed, as she led the way inland. The path before them was rocky, the ground uneven and treacherous, but they pressed on. The storm continued to rage, its fury growing with every step. After what felt like hours, they reached a narrow cliffside, where the sound of crashing waves echoed from below. At the base of the cliffs, hidden in the shadow of a massive rock formation, was a small cave, its entrance barely visible from the distance. It was there that Nia felt a sudden pull, a magnetic force that seemed to beckon her toward it. Without hesitation, she approached the cave, and her companions followed closely behind. As they entered the cave, the air grew thick with an eerie stillness, a quiet that contrasted sharply with the chaos outside. The walls of the cave were slick with moisture, and the faintest glow emanated from within. The deeper they went, the more the glow intensified, casting strange shadows on the walls. The cave seemed to stretch on forever, winding and twisting as though it was alive, shaping itself to their presence. At the farthest point of the cave, Nia saw them, 3 figures standing in a circle, their forms cloaked in robes made from the very fibers of the ocean itself. Their eyes glowed with an unnatural light, their expressions unreadable as they stood silently, waiting for her. The leader of the sea shamans, a tall woman with skin like polished obsidian, stepped forward. Her voice was like the sound of the ocean itself, deep, resonant, and ancient. "Princess Nia," she said, her words carrying a weight that seemed to echo through the cave. "You have come, but do you truly understand what you seek? The Elder Tide is not something to be controlled. It is a force of the ocean, a power that predates all kingdoms, all empires. It is the ocean's vengeance for the harm done to its depths, the price of disturbing its balance." Nia stood tall, her heart pounding in her chest. She had come here to seek the shaman's help, but now that she stood before them, she felt the magnitude of the ocean's power pressing down on her. These were the ones who understood the true nature of the Elder Tide, and their warning was clear. "I understand," Nia replied, her voice firm. "The Elder Tide is a force of both creation and destruction. But it is also my responsibility. I awakened it, and I will find a way to control it before it destroys everything I hold dear." The shaman regarded her with an unreadable expression, then spoke again, her voice softer this time. "You are not the first to seek control over the Elder Tide, Princess. Many have tried. The price of such power is always too great." Nia stepped forward, her eyes locked onto the shaman's. "What price? What must I do to control it?" The shaman sighed, a sound like the wind through the trees. "The price is your soul, Princess. The Elder Tide does not answer to those who seek to wield it for their own gain. It answers only to those who understand the balance of the sea, those who are willing to sacrifice everything for the greater good." Fola, who had been standing quietly at Nia's side, spoke up. "You ask her to sacrifice herself, to give up her very soul. That is a price no one should be expected to pay." The shaman turned her piercing gaze toward him. "The Elder Tide is not a simple thing. It cannot be controlled by mere will. To harness it, to make it work for you rather than against you, requires a deep understanding of the ocean's heart. It requires an offering." Nia's mind raced. She had heard of sacrifices before, of kingdoms giving up riches, of people making pledges to gods and spirits in exchange for power. But she had never imagined that the cost could be her soul. "If I do this, will I be able to stop Baku?" she asked, her voice a mixture of desperation and determination. "Will I be able to save Karzan?" The shaman's eyes softened, just for a moment. The power of the Elder Tide is vast, but even it cannot promise victory over the darkness in a man's heart. Baku is not merely a conqueror, he is driven by vengeance, by a thirst for domination. No matter how much power you gain, you cannot fight what he has already become. Nia's heart sank. This was not the answer she had hoped for. The ocean's power was immense, but it would not guarantee her victory. It would not guarantee the safety of her kingdom. "What must I do?" she asked, her voice barely a whisper. The shaman stepped forward, her face inches from Nia's. "You must choose, Princess. You can wield the power of the Elder Tide, but it will come at a cost. You will have to sacrifice something precious, your own humanity, your connection to the world above the sea." Nia's breath caught in her throat. The choice was more difficult than anything she had ever imagined. To save her kingdom, to defeat Baku and protect those she loved, she would have to become something else. Something other than human. The cave seemed to hold its breath as Nia stood before the sea shaman, the weight of the decision pressing down on her like an unrelenting wave. Her mind raced, torn between the duty she had sworn to her kingdom and the terrifying cost of the Elder Tide's power. The shaman's words echoed in her mind, repeating like a chant she could not escape, to wield the Elder Tide, you must sacrifice your humanity. It was a heavy burden for one so young, a princess whose life had been filled with opulence and privilege. She had never known true hardship, not like the common folk who suffered under tyrants or the distant kings who had been overthrown. Yet now, standing before the very essence of the ocean's magic, Nia realized that everything she had known could be lost. The life she had lived, the world she had once understood, could slip away, replaced by something far darker, far more dangerous. "Do you understand, princess?" The shaman's voice broke through her swirling thoughts, grounding her once more in the present. "The Elder Tide can give you power beyond anything you've ever known. But it will change you. It will pull you deeper into the sea's embrace. You will no longer be merely a princess. You will be a creature of the deep, bound to the ocean's will. You will carry its weight, its fury, its hunger." Nia's heart pounded in her chest. The thought of becoming something other than herself was almost unbearable. She had always prided herself on her strength, her ability to lead her people with compassion, even if her vanity had clouded her heart in the past. Could she truly forsake her humanity to save Karzan? Amara, who had been silently watching from the shadows of the cave, stepped forward, her brow furrowed with concern. "What if you don't do this, princess? What if you walk away from the ocean's power? What will happen to Karzan then? To your people?" Nia met Amara's gaze, her lips trembling as she opened her mouth to speak, but no words came out. It was a question she had asked herself 100 times over. What would happen if she chose the easier path, if she chose to reject the power of the Elder Tide and fought Baku with only her will, her intellect, and the strength of her people? "We do not have the luxury of time," Fola spoke, his voice deep with the wisdom of age. "The Elder Tide is already awakening. It is drawing near. Baku will not stop until he has what he wants, and if he succeeds in opening the portal, nothing in Karzan will be safe. The Elder Tide could sweep over this kingdom like a flood." The words hit Nia like a strike to the chest. It was true. There was no time to hesitate. She had come so far, but the cost was still looming like a shadow over her. She had no choice but to decide. The shaman waited, her expression unreadable, as Nia stood motionless. The air in the cave seemed to hum with the energy of the sea, as if it too was urging her to make her decision. Every part of her body screamed for her to retreat, to flee from the idea of losing herself. But deep inside, something within her stirred, a fire, a determination she had not known she possessed. "I will do it," Nia said, her voice steady but filled with the weight of the decision. "I will harness the power of the Elder Tide. I will not let Baku destroy Karzan. I will protect my people, even if it means sacrificing myself." A low murmur of approval passed through the shaman's lips. "Then you must prepare yourself. The ritual will take everything you have, your mind, your spirit, your soul. Once the transformation begins, there is no turning back. But know this, the Elder Tide does not choose its champions lightly. If you are unworthy, it will consume you." The cave grew colder, and the glow from the walls intensified as the sea's energy gathered around Nia, drawn to her presence. The shaman raised her arms, and in an instant, the air shimmered with raw, untamed magic. "Come, princess," the shaman beckoned, her voice as ancient as the sea. "It is time to begin." Nia stepped forward, her heart heavy but her resolve unwavering. The sea's power surged toward her, swirling like a living entity, curling around her limbs and pulling her toward the center of the cave. She closed her eyes, feeling the pull of the ocean's magic, the weight of its ancient energy sinking deep into her bones. The world around her blurred, and for a moment, she felt as if she were no longer standing in the cave at all. The walls melted away, replaced by an endless expanse of water. She was submerged in the depths of the sea, surrounded by creatures of legend, their eyes glowing with a strange, ethereal light. The ocean's pulse beat within her, its rhythm syncing with her own heartbeat. She could feel the pressure of the deep, the weight of the water pressing down on her from all sides. The Elder Tide surged inside her, demanding to be released, to be wielded. She opened her mouth to scream, but no sound came. Instead, the magic of the sea poured into her, filling her mind, her body, her very soul with a force so powerful that it threatened to tear her apart. But Nia held on, her thoughts focused on Karzan, on her people, on the kingdom she had sworn to protect. She would not allow herself to be consumed. She would not let the darkness overtake her. The ocean's voice whispered in her mind, ancient and vast, a chorus of voices that spoke of power, of destruction, of creation. She could hear the waves crashing in the distance, the call of the deep, the voice of the elder tide. And in that moment, Nia realized what she had to do. "Take me," she whispered to the sea, surrendering herself to the power that swirled around her. "Make me your champion. I will wield you, but I will not become you. I will keep my heart, my soul, my humanity." The ocean paused, and for a moment, the world seemed to hold its breath. Then, with a force that shook her to the core, the magic of the elder tide surged through her, binding itself to her very being. The transformation was excruciating, as if her very essence was being torn apart and reforged. Her skin tingled, her muscles burned, and her mind felt as if it were being stretched to its limits. And then, just as suddenly as it had begun, it was over. Nia collapsed to her knees, gasping for air, her body trembling with the aftereffects of the ritual. The cave around her seemed to pulse with energy, the walls vibrating with the power she had just absorbed. Her hands trembled, but she could feel the elder tide's power coursing through her veins, filling her with a strength she had never known. "Rise, princess," the shaman said softly. "You have accepted the elder tide's power. You are now bound to it, and it to you." Nia stood slowly, her legs unsteady beneath her. She could feel the ocean's call, its power, swirling within her. But it was not all-consuming, as she had feared. She had not lost herself to the deep. She had kept her humanity, her essence, intact. The sea had not taken everything from her. It had simply made her stronger. "Thank you," Nia said, her voice filled with a newfound strength. "I am ready." The shaman nodded, a faint smile flickering across her face. "You are not the same as you were before, princess. The path ahead will not be easy. But you are ready to face the storm." Nia's transformation had been both exhilarating and terrifying. The immense power that now flowed through her veins was unlike anything she had ever felt before. It was as if the very essence of the ocean had merged with her, making her both its champion and its servant. The sea's endless energy surged through her every breath, yet she remained steadfast in her purpose. She would use this power not to conquer, but to save. As Nia stood in the cave, her heart still racing from the ritual, she took a deep breath, feeling the cool air of the cave against her skin. The storm outside had finally calmed, and the winds had died down, but the ocean still called to her, urging her to embrace her new strength. "I can feel it," Nia whispered, her voice steady despite the awe she felt. "The sea, it's inside me." Amara, who had been watching from the shadows, stepped forward, her expression a mixture of awe and concern. "You've changed, princess," she said, her voice quiet. "I can see it in your eyes. There's a power there now, a depth to you that wasn't there before." Nia nodded, her fingers gently tracing the markings on her skin, markings that now glowed faintly with the same energy that surged within her. The ritual had left its mark on her body, not in a way that was visible to the outside world, but in the way she felt, stronger, more attuned to the rhythm of the sea. "I feel it too," Nia replied, her voice steady but tinged with a hint of wonder. "But I still don't know if I am truly ready. The power of the elder tide is vast. What if I can't control it? What if it overwhelms me?" Fola, who had been silent until now, stepped forward and placed a hand on Nia's shoulder. "The fact that you are asking shows that you are already in control," he said, his voice full of quiet wisdom. "True power is not about domination. It is about understanding the responsibility that comes with it." Nia took a deep breath, her eyes narrowing as she focused on the task ahead. Baku was out there, preparing for his invasion. She could feel the tremors of his dark power reaching out to her, challenging her, testing her resolve. But now, armed with the Elder Tide's power, she was ready to face him. "We need to return to Karzan," Nia said firmly. "The longer we wait, the more dangerous Baku becomes. I can feel him, closing in on the kingdom. The sea has given me the strength I need, but I still need the support of my people." Amara nodded, her expression determined. "Then let's go. The kingdom needs you, and we will stand by your side." With that, the group set out from the cave, making their way back to their boat. The ocean seemed calmer now, as if it too had acknowledged Nia's newfound strength. The storm had passed, and the sky was clear, the stars twinkling overhead. But beneath the surface of the sea, Nia could feel the stirring of something much darker, a force that was steadily gaining power. The journey back to Karzan was swift, thanks to Nia's newfound connection to the ocean. With a single thought, the sea seemed to part before them, guiding their boat through the waters with ease. The waves, which had once been hostile, now seemed to carry them gently, as if the ocean itself was aiding their cause. As they neared the shore of Karzan, Nia's heart began to race. The kingdom was in sight, its towering walls and gleaming towers visible against the horizon. But she also sensed something else, an energy, a dark presence that loomed just beyond the city. It was Baku, no doubt, preparing to strike. "Prepare yourselves," Nia said to her companions, her voice low but filled with urgency. "We will not have much time once we land. The portal will not remain closed for long, and Baku's forces are already gathering." As their boat touched the shore, Nia's heart beat faster. She could feel the Elder Tide's power pulsing within her, urging her forward. She stepped onto the sand, her feet sinking into the soft earth, and looked up at the towering gates of Karzan. The city seemed peaceful from a distance, but she knew that peace would not last long. "We must get to the royal court," Nia said. "I will need the support of the council. The people must be rallied to defend Karzan. If we wait too long, Baku will have the advantage." With Amara and Fola by her side, Nia made her way toward the palace. The streets of Karzan were bustling with activity, but there was an underlying sense of tension in the air. The kingdom had been on edge ever since Baku's first arrival, and the fear of invasion was palpable. Nia's heart swelled with both pride and sorrow as she walked through the familiar streets, pride for her people, for their strength and resilience, sorrow for the inevitable conflict that awaited them. As they reached the palace gates, Nia was greeted by the royal guard, who recognized her at once. The news of her return had already spread throughout the city, and there was no question in their eyes as to who she was now. The princess who had once been a symbol of beauty and vanity was now something much more, something dangerous, something powerful. Inside the palace, the council was already assembled. The elder advisors, who had once dismissed Nia as a child, now looked at her with a mixture of awe and fear. They had heard the rumors of her transformation, of her connection to the Elder Tide. Some of them were skeptical, others uncertain, but none dared question her. Nia, the chief advisor, a man named Olin, greeted her with a respectful bow. "You've returned. But I must ask, are you truly ready to face Baku? His forces are growing stronger every day." "I am ready," Nia replied, her voice strong and unwavering. "I have taken the Elder Tide's power within me. But this is not my fight alone. We must unite the people of Karzan, prepare them for the war that is coming. If we stand together, we can defeat Baku." There was a moment of silence, and then Olin nodded. "Very well. We will begin the preparations. The kingdom will be ready." Nia turned to face her companions, who had been standing silently at her side. "We must act quickly," she said. "The longer we wait, the more dangerous Baku becomes. His forces are already gathering outside the city, and if we don't strike soon, it will be too late." The days following Nia's return were a blur of activity, the kingdom of Karzan bracing itself for the impending invasion. The council met daily, strategizing defenses, rallying troops, and preparing the people for the worst. Nia, though burdened by the weight of her new power, found herself at the center of it all, her presence now a symbol of both hope and fear. The people of Karzan looked to her for guidance, and she could feel their trust in her growing, even as she struggled to come to terms with the depth of the power she had embraced. The royal palace, once a place of luxury and comfort, now felt like a fortress under siege. The once beautiful halls echoed with the sounds of hurried footsteps, the clatter of weapons being forged, and the constant murmur of anxious voices. Nia spent her days in the war room, poring over maps, discussing battle plans with Fola, Amara, and the royal generals. The warriors of Karzan, long known for their strength and valor, were now more determined than ever to defend their homeland from the approaching darkness. Despite the preparations, Nia could not shake the sense of unease that gnawed at her. She had felt Baku's presence more acutely in the past few days, a dark, oppressive force that seemed to creep closer with each passing moment. The Elder Tide, which had once filled her with such power, now felt like a weight she could barely bear. She could feel its energy pulsing within her, its immense power at once thrilling and terrifying. There were times when it felt as if it was pushing against her will, as if it wanted to consume her completely. But she held on, determined not to let it overwhelm her. That night, as she stood alone on the palace balcony, gazing out over the kingdom, Nia couldn't help but feel the gravity of the moment. Karzan, the kingdom she had sworn to protect, was on the brink of destruction. She could see the distant outline of the mountains, the forests that bordered the kingdom, and beyond them, the endless stretch of the sea. Somewhere out there, Baku was waiting, gathering his forces, preparing to strike. The sound of footsteps behind her brought her back to the present, and she turned to see Amara approaching, her face drawn with concern. "Princess," Amara said softly, her voice laced with worry. "You've been standing here for hours. You need to rest." Nia shook her head, her gaze never leaving the horizon. "I can't rest. Not while Baku is out there, plotting his next move. I feel him, Amara. He's getting closer." Amara stepped beside her, placing a hand on her shoulder. "I know," she said quietly. "We all feel it. But you don't have to face this alone. We're with you, and so are the people of Karzan. We've seen the strength in you, Nia. You are not just the princess of this kingdom. You are its heart." Nia closed her eyes, taking a deep breath. The words meant more than she could express. She had once been a vain, self-centered princess, but now she felt the weight of leadership in her bones. The people of Karzan had placed their trust in her, and she would not let them down. "I don't know if I'm ready for this," Nia admitted softly. "The power of the Elder Tide is so much greater than I ever imagined. What if I fail? What if I can't control it?" Amara's eyes softened with understanding. "You won't fail. You're stronger than you realize. We all are." Nia looked at her companion, her heart swelling with gratitude. Amara had always been there for her, even when Nia had been nothing more than a spoiled, selfish princess. Now, Amara was her most trusted ally, and she knew that together, they would face whatever challenges lay ahead. Suddenly, a sharp cry echoed from the palace gates, breaking the stillness of the night. Nia's heart skipped a beat as she turned toward the sound, instinctively reaching for the blade at her side. Amara's hand shot out to stop her, her expression urgent. "It's the scouts," Amara said. "Something's happening." Without another word, Nia followed Amara down the corridors of the palace, her mind racing. Had Baku already arrived? Were his forces closing in on the kingdom? As they entered the war room, Nia was met with a flurry of activity. The royal generals were gathered around the central table, their faces tense and grave. Fola stood at the head of the table, his brow furrowed in concentration as he listened intently to the messenger who had just arrived. "Report," Nia demanded, her voice sharp and commanding. The messenger, a young scout, bowed low before her. "Your Highness, the enemy is near. We've spotted Baku's forces just beyond the western hills. They are moving quickly, and it seems they have brought with them something dark." Nia's stomach twisted in knots. What do you mean, something dark? The scout hesitated for a moment, then spoke, his voice low and trembling. There is a storm, Your Highness. A storm unlike anything we've ever seen. It's as if the very sky is being torn apart. The waters, they're churning, as if they're alive. Fola stepped forward, his face grim. It's Baku, he said quietly. He's bringing the full force of the sea with him. The storm is the manifestation of the Elder Tide's power. He's using it to weaken our defenses, to make the land vulnerable. Nia felt a chill run down her spine. She had known that Baku was powerful, but this was something else. He had summoned the fury of the ocean itself, twisting its energy to his will. It was as if the sea was fighting against them, a living force bent on destruction. We must prepare, Nia said, her voice steady despite the fear that gripped her heart. Gather the army. We will meet him head-on. The night sky above Karzan had darkened as if in response to the storm that raged on the horizon. The wind howled through the city, carrying with it the scent of salt and brine. Nia stood at the front of the royal army, her hand gripping the hilt of her sword. Her heart pounded in her chest, but she held her head high. The time had come. She had embraced the Elder Tide's power. Now, she would use it to protect her kingdom. As the first wave of Baku's forces approached, the air around Nia seemed to thrum with energy. She could feel the sea's pulse inside her, its ancient rhythm beating in time with her own heart. The storm that raged on the horizon was a mirror of the storm inside her, the fury of the ocean and the fury of the battle about to unfold. The clash of metal rang out as the two armies collided, the sound of war filling the air. Nia's eyes narrowed as she watched the enemy soldiers advance, their faces twisted with hatred and malice. But she was not afraid. She had the power of the Elder Tide within her, and she would wield it with all the strength she had. The battle had begun. The first clash of swords rang out like a thunderclap, echoing across the battlefield as the armies of Karzan and Baku's forces collided in a violent frenzy. The air was thick with the scent of salt water and sweat, and the once quiet kingdom of Karzan had turned into a war zone. On one side stood the brave soldiers of Karzan, fierce and loyal, armed with shields and spears, their faces determined but filled with the weight of the coming battle. On the other stood Baku's twisted army, a dark and relentless force, their eyes cold and merciless. Nia stood at the front, her sword gleaming in the dim light of the stormy day, her every movement fueled by the power of the Elder Tide. Her heart raced as she faced the chaos before her. The storm above them raged in tandem with the battle on the ground, the winds howling and the waves crashing violently along the shore. The sea had become a wild beast, its energy twisting and surging under Baku's control, and it felt as though every drop of water was infused with a darkness that threatened to consume everything in its path. Steady, my warriors. Nia called out, her voice ringing across the battlefield. Hold your ground. The sea is with us, but we must fight with all our strength. With her words, the soldiers of Karzan rallied, their spirits lifted by the power of their princess, their hearts burning with determination. They fought fiercely, their spears striking true, their shields deflecting the blows of Baku's soldiers. But the enemy was relentless, their numbers overwhelming, and the storm that raged overhead only added to the chaos. Waves of dark water crashed over the shoreline, threatening to drown everything in their path. Nia felt the pull of the Elder Tide growing stronger within her. She could feel the rhythm of the ocean, its tides, its currents, its fury. It was as if the sea itself was alive, its power coursing through her veins, urging her to unleash its full force. Her hand tightened around the hilt of her sword as she called upon the sea, commanding its strength. Rise, she shouted, her voice carrying over the roar of the storm. Rise up, O mighty sea, and strike down our enemies. The waters at her feet began to churn and writhe as if answering her call. A great wave, towering and menacing, surged forward, crashing into Baku's army with the force of 100 storms. Soldiers were swept away, their cries lost in the roar of the water. The ground trembled beneath Nia's feet as the sea responded to her command, its power at her fingertips. But Baku was not so easily defeated. As Nia watched, she saw him standing at the back of his army, his eyes glowing with a fierce, unnatural light. He raised his hand high, and with a single gesture, the storm above them grew even fiercer. The winds howled, the waves grew taller, and the sky darkened, as if the very heavens had been torn apart by his will. "You cannot defeat me, Nia," Baku's voice echoed across the battlefield, a cruel, mocking laugh following his words. "The Elder Tide is mine to control. You are nothing but a child playing with forces far beyond your understanding." Nia's heart clenched as she faced him across the battlefield, his presence like a dark cloud that overshadowed everything around them. She could feel the weight of his power pressing against her, like an invisible force trying to crush her spirit. But she would not back down. She could feel the power of the sea within her, and she knew that she could control it, if only she could push past the fear that threatened to consume her. "Your power is born of darkness, Baku," Nia called out, her voice steady despite the storm that raged around them. "The sea does not belong to you. It belongs to all who live with respect for it. You will not enslave my people. You will not destroy Karzan." Baku's eyes narrowed, and he raised his hand once more. This time, the sea responded to him, rising in a massive wave, taller than anything Nia had ever seen. It surged toward her, crashing with the force of a tidal wave, threatening to wash her away. For a moment, Nia's heart stopped as the wave towered over her, the water's power threatening to consume her whole. But she did not falter. She called upon the Elder Tide, focusing every ounce of her strength on the sea's power within her. She could feel the pull of the water, its currents fighting against her, but she held firm, her eyes locked on Baku's. "You cannot control me, Baku," she whispered fiercely. "You cannot control the heart of the sea." With a forceful shout, Nia thrust her sword into the air, calling upon the deepest, most ancient power of the Elder Tide. The ocean responded with a deafening roar, and the wave that had been rushing toward her stopped in its tracks. For a moment, everything seemed still, as if the world held its breath. Then, with a force that shook the ground beneath their feet, Nia turned the wave back on Baku's army. The water crashed into them, sweeping away soldiers and sending the enemy scattering in all directions. The power of the sea, harnessed by Nia's will, had become an unstoppable force. But even as the wave receded, Nia knew that the battle was far from over. Baku's forces were not easily defeated, and his dark power still lingered in the air, thick and oppressive. Baku himself stood at the edge of the battlefield, his eyes blazing with fury. He was no longer the charming, regal prince that had once captivated Nia's people. Now, he was a warlord consumed by his desire for power, his soul twisted by the darkness he had embraced. His very presence seemed to warp the world around him, the storm above them growing ever more violent. "You may have won this round, Nia," Baku's voice was filled with hatred, but also something else, something that made Nia's blood run cold. "But the battle is far from over. The Elder Tide belongs to the sea. And I will have it." With a final, hate-filled glance, Baku turned and vanished into the storm, his army retreating in his wake. The battlefield was left in stunned silence, the echoes of the clash still ringing in the air. Nia's heart pounded in her chest as the adrenaline began to fade, leaving her breathless and exhausted. The storm that had once raged above them slowly began to dissipate, the dark clouds parting to reveal the stars once more. The sea, though still turbulent, seemed to calm, as if recognizing the power of its true master. But Nia knew that this was only the beginning. Baku would return, and the war for Karzan's future had only just begun. The battle left behind a silence that hung thick in the air, the echoes of the clash fading into the distance as the last remnants of Baku's forces retreated into the night. The fields of Karzan were littered with the fallen, both friend and foe, while the air was heavy with the scent of salt water, blood, and fear. Nia stood at the edge of the battlefield, her breath coming in sharp gasps as she surveyed the aftermath. The wave she had commanded had pushed Baku's soldiers back, but at what cost? Many of her own had fallen, their faces now etched with the brutal reminder of war. Her heart ached for the lives lost, and the weight of it nearly crushed her. But there was no time for sorrow. The storm had not passed, and Baku was still out there, somewhere, plotting his next move. He was relentless, and his thirst for domination would not be easily quenched. "Princess, we've secured the perimeter," Fola's voice broke through her thoughts. He stood beside her, his face smeared with dirt and blood, but his eyes sharp with purpose. "The enemy has retreated, but we know they will regroup. They'll be back." Nia nodded slowly, her mind already racing with the consequences of their actions. "We can't stop here. We need to prepare for what's coming next." Fola's gaze softened. "You've already done more than anyone could have imagined, Nia. You wield the power of the Elder Tide like no one before you. But even you can't face this alone." Nia turned to look at him, the weight of his words settling over her. The battle had proven that she was capable of wielding the sea's power, but it also made her painfully aware of her limitations. The Elder Tide was a force unlike any other, and though it surged within her, it wasn't something she could control with ease. Every time she tapped into its depths, she felt the power pushing back, testing her resolve, and she feared the day when it would consume her entirely. "I don't want to lose control," Nia admitted, her voice barely above a whisper. "I feel it inside me, the power. But sometimes it feels like it's pulling me under. I don't know how much longer I can keep this up." Fola placed a hand on her shoulder, his grip firm and reassuring. "You don't have to do it alone. You have us, and you have the people of Karzan. You're not just the wielder of the Elder Tide. You're our leader. And we will stand by you, no matter what comes." Nia swallowed the lump in her throat, grateful for his words, even if they couldn't entirely quell the fear gnawing at her. She had always been a princess of privilege, a daughter of the great kingdom of Karzan, but now she had become something far greater, something far more dangerous. She had become the keeper of the Elder Tide, and with that power came a responsibility she wasn't sure she was ready for. "We'll need more than courage to face Baku," Nia said, her voice hardening with determination. "He will come back, and next time, he will be prepared. We need to find his weakness." Fola nodded, his eyes darkening. "I've already sent scouts to track his movements. We need to know where he's hiding, and what forces he has at his disposal. If we can disrupt his plans, we might have a chance. But we need more than information," Nia countered, her mind whirring with strategies. "We need allies. The Elder Tide is strong, but it's not enough to face an army that controls the sea itself. We need to unite the kingdoms of the coastal lands." Fola raised an eyebrow. "The coastal kingdoms? They've never trusted us. They've kept their distance for years, and many of them have ties to Baku's seafaring allies." "I know," Nia said, her expression grim. "But we have no choice. If we don't unite, Baku will conquer them all, and the storm he brings will be unstoppable. I'll go to them myself." Fola hesitated. "That's a dangerous path, Nia. These kingdoms have their own rulers, their own allegiances. You might not be welcome there." "I know," she said again, her voice firm with resolve. "But I'll make them understand. The future of Karzan, and of the whole coast, depends on it." Nia's journey to the coastal kingdoms was fraught with peril. She traveled with a small group of her most trusted soldiers, the winds of the Elder Tide at her back, guiding her along the path. The land around her was still scarred from the recent battle, the fields littered with the remnants of war. But as they moved closer to the coast, the terrain began to change. The air grew thick with the scent of the sea, the waves crashing in the distance like an ever-present drumbeat. The coastal kingdoms were spread across the shores, each ruled by a different leader, each with their own interests and fears. Some had once been allies of Karzan, but over the years, old alliances had fractured, replaced by distrust and jealousy. Now, as Nia approached, she could only hope that the strength of her message, of the power she now commanded, would be enough to unite them. The first kingdom they reached was an isolated one, nestled at the foot of towering cliffs. Its ruler, King Asim, was known for his seafaring prowess and his deep connection to the sea. His people had long relied on fishing and trade, but Asim's eyes had turned cold over the years, his heart hardened by the bitterness of the world around him. As Nia's entourage arrived at the kingdom's gates, she could see the soldiers on the walls, their eyes wary as they watched her approach. She had sent word ahead, but she knew that Asim would not be easily convinced. "Princess Nia," a voice called from the walls, and she turned to see a familiar figure stepping forward. It was one of her former advisors, now serving as an emissary in the coastal kingdoms. "King Asim has agreed to meet with you, though I warn you, his mood is not favorable." "I understand," Nia replied, her voice steady. "I did not come to ask for his favor. I came to ask for his help." The gates creaked open, and Nia stepped into the kingdom's heart, her eyes scanning the streets. The people looked at her with a mix of curiosity and apprehension. Word of the battle at Karzan had likely spread, and many of them had heard rumors about the power she wielded. She was led to the palace, where King Asim awaited her in a grand hall overlooking the sea. The room was filled with the scent of salt water, the windows wide open to allow the sea breeze to flow through. Asim sat upon a throne of stone, his expression stern, his eyes sharp. "Princess Nia," he said, his voice low and measured. "You come here at a time of great turmoil. The sea has become a battleground, and I hear whispers of your power. What is it that you seek from me?" Nia stood before him, her gaze unwavering. "I seek your alliance, King Asim. Baku is coming, and if we do not stand together, we will fall one by one. His forces are vast, and he has the sea at his command." Asim studied her for a long moment, his face unreadable. "And what makes you think I would ally myself with Karzan? What makes you think I would trust someone who wields the very power of the sea itself?" Nia took a deep breath. "Because the sea does not belong to Baku. It belongs to us all. We have the power to defeat him, but only if we fight together." The tension in the room was palpable, the weight of her words hanging heavy in the air. Asim's eyes narrowed as he considered her plea. Finally, after what seemed like an eternity, he spoke. "You ask for an alliance, but you offer me nothing in return," he said. "What can you give me that would convince me to join your cause?" "I offer you the promise of freedom," Nia said, her voice strong. "Together, we can reclaim the sea. Together, we can stop Baku and ensure that the future of the coastal kingdoms is not controlled by a single tyrant." Asim's gaze softened slightly, but there was still doubt in his eyes. "And what of Karzan? Will you fight for the coastal kingdoms, or will you fight only for your own kingdom's survival?" "I will fight for all of us," Nia answered, her voice unwavering. "Karzan's survival is tied to the survival of the coastal kingdoms. If we fall, the whole coast falls." A long silence followed, the sound of the sea crashing against the cliffs below filling the room. Finally, King Asim stood from his throne and extended his hand. "Then we are allies, Princess Nia. But you must prove your strength. The sea is unpredictable, and I will not throw my people into a battle without knowing that we can win." Nia nodded. "I will show you my strength. Together, we will defeat Baku and reclaim the future of the coast." The days that followed Nia's alliance with King Asim were a blur of preparation, strategy, and quiet meetings. The battle with Baku was far from over, and the princess knew that it would take more than a few alliances to face the warlord's vast power. Nia and her small group of soldiers traveled to the other coastal kingdoms, seeking more allies to join her cause. Each journey was a test of her will, as the coastal rulers were not quick to trust Karzan's princess or the power of the Elder Tide. But with every step, she grew more resolute. The sea would not be conquered by darkness. As Nia moved from one kingdom to the next, her name began to carry weight, her legend growing with every story whispered along the shores. The people spoke of the princess who commanded the waves, who could bend the storm to her will. It was not only her strength that impressed them, but her resolve. She was not like the others who had come before her, those who sought to claim the throne with promises of power and wealth. Nia offered only one thing: freedom. The kingdoms she visited, from the coastal cliffs of Dakira to the lush shores of Mermaid, all had their own rulers and their own fears. Some were willing to fight, some were not. Nia did not force them into alliances but persuaded them with the truth of their plight. The sea was being controlled by Baku, and soon he would turn it against them all. She told them of his rise to power, of his merman army, and his mother, the powerful sea witch, Nia's own grandmother, who had instilled in Baku the dark rituals of the ocean. There were those who doubted her, and others who feared the idea of opposing Baku. But time and time again, Nia was able to sway them with her passion, her belief that the sea belonged to everyone, not just to the tyrants who sought to wield it for their own gain. Slowly, one by one, the kingdoms began to rally behind her. Now, standing on the balcony of King Asim's palace, Nia gazed out at the vast ocean below. The winds had calmed since the battle, but she knew that the calm was only temporary. The storm that loomed on the horizon was not a natural one, it was the storm of war, and it was coming for them. Nia's mind wandered back to the moment when she had called the sea to her aid, the wave that had sent Baku's army reeling. She had felt the power surge within her, the connection to the elder tide deepening with each passing day. But with that power came a growing unease, a sense that it was no longer just a force to be controlled but something that was beginning to control her. Princess Nia, Fola's voice interrupted her thoughts, and she turned to find him standing at the door of the balcony, his face serious. The scouts have returned. There's movement in the west. Baku is gathering his forces. Nia's heart sank, but she steeled herself. She had known this day would come, the day when the calm would be broken and the battle would begin in earnest. But now, with her allies growing in number, she felt ready. They would fight, not only for their kingdoms but for their very survival. "Prepare the army," Nia said, her voice firm. "We march at dawn." The next morning, the sun rose over the vast sea, casting a golden light over the warriors assembled on the shore. The armies of the coastal kingdoms stood together for the first time, their banners flapping in the breeze as the soldiers prepared for the coming battle. Nia stood before them, her heart pounding in her chest. This was the moment that would determine their future. She could feel the weight of it on her shoulders, the weight of all the lives she was about to send into the fight. "Today, we face a storm like no other," Nia began, her voice carrying across the ranks. "Baku and his army think they can control the sea. They think they can enslave us all. But the sea does not belong to them. It belongs to every one of us. Together, we will stand, and together, we will fight for our freedom." The soldiers cheered, their voices a roar of unity, and Nia's heart swelled with pride. They were ready. The armies of Karzan, Mermaid, Dakira, and the other kingdoms were united in a way they had never been before. It was not just the promise of the elder tide that had brought them together, it was the hope that together, they could defeat Baku and reclaim the future of the coast. Fola stepped forward, his eyes intense. "The scouts report that Baku's forces are massing on the eastern shore, near the cliffs of Mermaid. They are waiting for us. Then we will meet them head-on," Nia said, her jaw clenched with determination. "We will show them that they cannot control the sea. We will make sure they never return to our shores." As the sun climbed higher, the armies began to move, their footfalls heavy on the earth, their hearts light with the promise of victory. The sea, which had once been an uncertain and dangerous force, was now their ally, and the power of the elder tide surged within Nia as they marched toward the cliffs of Mermaid. The journey was long, and the tension was palpable. The soldiers spoke little, each of them lost in their own thoughts, each of them preparing for the fight to come. The sea, once calm and serene, now seemed to be growing restless, its waves crashing harder against the rocks as they drew closer to Baku's forces. By the time they reached the cliffs of Mermaid, the sky had turned a dull gray, the air thick with the promise of rain. On the horizon, the shadowy outline of Baku's army could be seen, dark and menacing against the sky. The sight of them sent a chill down Nia's spine, but she steeled herself. This was it. The final confrontation. She turned to her army, her voice steady as she addressed them once more. We fight not only for our kingdoms but for our future. We fight for the sea, for the land, and for the generations that will come after us. Let's make this fight one they will never forget." With a final roar, the armies of Kharzan and its allies charged toward Baku's forces, the sound of their footsteps blending with the crashing waves beneath them. The battle had begun. The sea roared as the armies of Kharzan and its allies gathered on the cliffs of Mermaid, the waves crashing violently against the rocks beneath them, echoing the tension that hung in the air. The land itself seemed to hold its breath as Nia stood at the front of her army, her heart racing with both anticipation and fear. This was no ordinary battle. This was a clash of titans, an epic struggle between the forces of light and dark, freedom and tyranny. As Nia's eyes swept over the battlefield, she saw Baku's forces lining up on the opposite shore, their dark silhouettes like a rising storm on the horizon. The Merman warlord's army was vast, stretching as far as the eye could see. They were a fearsome sight, sea creatures of all kinds, warriors with scales that shimmered like polished obsidian, and dark magic swirling around them like a storm. Baku's loyal followers were well prepared, and they were ready to conquer all that stood in their way. But Nia had something they didn't, a united front, the strength of the Elder Tide, and the hope of every kingdom that had joined her cause. The storm in the sky was not one created by Baku's dark magic, but one born of the sea's untamed power, stirred by Nia's call. As she raised her arms toward the sky, the winds picked up, howling like the voices of ancient spirits. The waves surged higher, as though answering her call. The sea, her ally, was ready. Fola stood beside her, his eyes scanning the battlefield, his hand resting on the hilt of his sword. "They're not just soldiers. Baku has brought the creatures of the deep. This is a battle of monsters, not just men." Nia nodded grimly. She had seen these creatures before, giant sea serpents with eyes like burning coals, hulking brutes with arms like tree trunks, and sharks with razor-sharp teeth. These were the beasts that Baku controlled, the creatures he had bent to his will through dark sorcery. But Nia had no intention of letting them intimidate her. She had the sea's power at her command, and she would use it to protect her people. As the army stood in formation, Baku's voice suddenly rang out across the battlefield, carried by the winds. "You think you can challenge me, Nia? You think you can stand against the power of the ocean?" His voice was deep, commanding, and filled with malice. "You are nothing but a pawn in my game. The sea belongs to me. It always has." Nia's gaze locked onto the figure standing at the head of Baku's army. There he was, the Merman warlord, tall and imposing, with skin as dark as the midnight sea and eyes that gleamed with the cold fire of vengeance. His hair flowed like black seaweed, and his teeth were sharp, glistening in the light. He stood tall, his presence overwhelming, as though the very ocean bent to his will. "I will stop you, Baku," Nia called back, her voice unwavering. "The sea does not belong to you. It belongs to all who live by its shores. And today, we reclaim it." Baku's lips curled into a sinister smile. "We shall see," he said softly, almost as if to himself. "We shall see who truly controls the tides." With a sharp motion, Baku raised his trident high, and the waters of the ocean seemed to respond. The sky darkened further, and a fierce wind whipped across the battlefield, causing the soldiers of both sides to brace themselves against the oncoming storm. The waves crashed higher, crashing against the cliffs and sending spray into the air like a torrential rain. Baku's army surged forward, their weapons gleaming in the dim light, and the battle began. Nia's heart pounded in her chest as she felt the familiar surge of power rise within her. The Elder Tide flowed through her like a great river, its energy alive within her veins, ready to be unleashed. She raised her arms once more, calling on the waves to rise. The sea responded to her command with a mighty roar, and the waves surged forward, crashing against the enemy's front lines. The Merman soldiers stumbled, thrown back by the force of the water, but they quickly regained their footing, moving forward with terrifying determination. "Forward!" Nia cried, her voice filled with the power of the ocean itself. "For Kharzan! For the kingdoms. For the sea. The warriors of Kharzan and its allies surged forward, charging at Baku's forces with swords raised high, their battle cries mixing with the sound of the crashing waves. The clash of metal rang out as the two armies collided in a deafening roar. The battlefield became a swirling maelstrom of violence, with creatures of the deep battling against human soldiers, and waves of water crashing over everything. Nia fought with all the strength of the Elder Tide, her movements graceful yet deadly as she wielded the power of the sea like a weapon. She called on the waves to form shields of water, to strike her enemies with crushing force, to turn the tides of battle in her favor. The power surged within her, a wild force that threatened to consume her, but she fought against it, keeping control just long enough to direct it toward her enemies. But as the battle raged on, Nia could feel the strain of the power building within her. The Elder Tide was a force of nature, and though she had learned to command it, it was not an easy task. With every wave she summoned, with every strike of the water, she could feel herself being pulled deeper into the storm, and a fear began to grow in her heart. Was she losing herself to the power? Would she be able to control it long enough to win? Then, through the chaos, she saw him, Baku, standing at the center of the battlefield, his trident raised high. He was calling on the ocean's dark magic, and Nia could feel it, the malevolent energy rising around him like a dark cloud. The ocean itself seemed to respond to him, twisting and contorting under his control. It was as if the sea had become his weapon, a force of destruction in his hands. Nia knew that if she didn't stop him, the entire battlefield would fall under his control. Her people, her army, they would be lost. With a cry of determination, Nia called upon all her strength. She reached deep into the Elder Tide, summoning the full force of the ocean, willing it to bend to her will. The sea responded, but this time, it was different. The power surged through her, wild and uncontrollable, and for a moment, she feared that she would be consumed by it. But then, with a final cry, she pushed it outward, unleashing a wave of raw power that crashed toward Baku. The wave was enormous, a towering wall of water that surged forward like a tidal wave. Baku's eyes widened in surprise as the wave struck him with the force of 1,000 storms. His army faltered, thrown back by the sheer power of the ocean, but Baku remained standing, his trident glowing with dark energy as he struggled to regain control. No. Baku roared, his voice filled with fury. You cannot defeat me. But Nia did not relent. She summoned the power again, calling on the sea to rise higher, to overwhelm him. The waves swelled around Baku, and for a moment, it seemed as though the ocean itself was closing in on him, ready to swallow him whole. And then, with a final surge, the wave crashed down on Baku, knocking him off his feet and sending his trident flying from his grasp. The sea seemed to swallow him whole, and for a moment, Nia thought the battle was over. But then, through the swirling water, she saw him, Baku, rising from the depths, his body crackling with dark magic. The merman warlord was far from defeated, and Nia realized that the battle was far from over. The battlefield was a scene of chaos, the sounds of battle drowned by the deafening roar of the waves crashing against the shore. Nia stood at the center of the storm, her body trembling with the weight of the ocean's power. The Elder Tide surged through her, a mighty force that threatened to consume her every thought, every action. But she could not let it. Not now. Not when so many lives depended on her. Baku had risen from the depths, his dark magic pulsing with an eerie glow. His body, once sleek and graceful, was now twisted and contorted, his merman form distorting into something far more monstrous. His eyes burned with a fiery rage, and his trident crackled with dark energy as he brandished it before him. Foolish girl, Baku hissed, his voice low and guttural. You cannot hope to defeat me. The sea is mine. I control its depths, its currents, its very soul. Nia's heart pounded in her chest as she stared at him, feeling the weight of his words pressing down on her. The sea was indeed powerful, more powerful than any one person could hope to control. But Nia had something that Baku did not. She had the unity of the kingdoms behind her, the strength of her people, and the unyielding will to protect her home. "The sea belongs to everyone, Baku," she said, her voice steady despite the storm raging around them. "Not just you. Not just your dark magic. We will fight for it. We will fight for freedom." Baku's lips curled into a twisted smile. "You're deluded. The sea does not care for your noble words. It only cares for power." With a sudden motion, Baku raised his trident high, and the ocean itself seemed to respond. The waters around him churned violently, swirling like a vortex as dark magic poured from his trident. The sea rose, towering like a monstrous wave, threatening to engulf everything in its path. The force of the water surged toward Nia, pushing her back with its incredible power. But Nia was ready. She summoned the strength of the Elder Tide, calling on the sea to rise in defense of the kingdoms. The waters around her stirred, and a wall of shimmering, translucent water formed in front of her, shielding her from the deadly wave. The two forces collided with a deafening crash, the impact sending ripples of energy across the battlefield. "Your magic is weak, Baku," Nia shouted, her voice rising above the chaos. "The sea listens to the heart of those who protect it, not those who seek to control it." With a cry, Nia thrust her hands forward, sending a surge of energy through the wall of water. The Elder Tide responded, its power amplifying as the waters around her pulsed with light. The sea, once dark and tumultuous, now shone with a brilliant, radiant glow, as if the very heart of the ocean had answered her call. Baku faltered for a moment, his dark magic flickering as Nia's light pushed back against it. The sea seemed to fight against him, the waves pushing him further and further from the shore. His monstrous form writhed in the water, but Nia held her ground, her eyes fixed on him as she summoned all her strength. "You cannot control the Elder Tide," Nia said, her voice filled with the power of the ocean. "And you cannot control me." Baku roared in fury, his trident crackling with dark energy as he unleashed a wave of magic toward her. The sea around him writhed in response, as though it were a living creature, and the water surged toward Nia like a tidal wave. The force of the attack was overwhelming, and for a moment, Nia thought she might be swallowed by the tide. But she would not give up. Not now. With a cry, she called upon the Elder Tide one last time. The sea responded, surging toward her in a wave of light and power. The water rose higher and higher, glowing with a brilliant blue radiance as it surged toward Baku's dark magic. The two forces collided, the light of the Elder Tide clashing against the darkness of Baku's magic. For a moment, there was silence. And then, with a blinding flash, the two forces exploded in a shockwave that sent ripples across the entire battlefield. When the light faded and the storm settled, Nia found herself standing alone in the center of the battlefield, her body aching from the strain of the magic. The sea was calm once more, the waves gentle and steady as if nothing had happened. But as she looked around, she realized that the battle was far from over. Baku was gone. For now. Nia's heart sank as she scanned the battlefield. The cost of victory had been high. Many soldiers lay fallen, their bodies strewn across the shore. The warriors of Karzan and its allies had fought bravely, but the toll of the battle was clear. Nia's eyes scanned the horizon, searching for any sign of Baku's return. But there was nothing. The warlord had disappeared into the depths, his army scattered, but Nia knew that it was only a matter of time before he would return. She had won this battle, but the war was far from over. Fola stepped beside her, his face grim as he surveyed the scene. "We've won, Nia. For now. But he will be back. We need to prepare." Nia nodded, her gaze distant. "Yes. He will return. And when he does, we will be ready." But even as she spoke, a feeling of unease settled deep in her chest. Baku was not just a man, he was a force of nature, a creature born from the depths of the ocean itself. And with his mother, the powerful sea witch, at his side, Nia knew that the battle was far from over. The dark magic that Baku wielded would only grow stronger, and the sea itself might yet turn against them. She could feel the weight of her responsibility pressing down on her. The Elder Tide was powerful, but it was not invincible. And the more she used it, the more it seemed to consume her, to pull her deeper into its depths. It was a power that could save them, or destroy them all. "Get the wounded to safety," Nia said, her voice weary but resolute. "We need to regroup. This is not the end. It's only the beginning." As Fola and the others moved to tend to the wounded and secure the battlefield, Nia turned her gaze to the horizon once more. The sea stretched before her, vast and unyielding. It had been her ally in the battle against Baku, but it was also a reminder of the darkness that lay beneath the surface. The war had only just begun. And Nia was not sure if she could control the Elder Tide for much longer. The calm that followed the battle was a deceptive one. The air felt thick with tension, as though the entire world was holding its breath, waiting for the inevitable return of Baku. Though the immediate threat had passed, Nia knew that this victory was only temporary. The dark power that Baku wielded, with his twisted magic and monstrous forces, could not be so easily defeated. The warriors of Karzan worked tirelessly to tend to the wounded and secure the coastline. Nia walked among them, her heart heavy with the weight of responsibility. Her once bright and radiant armor now felt like a burden. She had called upon the power of the Elder Tide to strike at Baku, but she could feel it draining her, taking more from her with each use. Her thoughts were interrupted by Fola's voice. "Princess, you must rest." Nia turned to face him, her expression weary. "I cannot rest, Fola. There is no time for that." "You have given everything," Fola said gently, his eyes filled with concern. "You've led our forces with great strength. Now, you must conserve your strength. The battle will come again, and we need you at your full power." Nia nodded slowly, though doubt gnawed at her. She knew Fola spoke the truth. She had given everything, but she wasn't sure how much more she could give before the Elder Tide consumed her completely. The power of the sea was vast and ancient, but it was not hers to command indefinitely. She could feel it, its pull, its hunger, growing stronger within her. "Where is the High Priestess?" Nia asked, her voice soft but filled with urgency. "I need to speak with her." Fola hesitated before answering. "She is with the council, Princess. They're discussing the next steps." Nia nodded again, her resolve hardening. She had to find a way to end this war, to stop Baku before his dark magic destroyed everything she held dear. But there were whispers in the wind, unsettling murmurs that spoke of a deeper power lurking beneath the surface of the sea. Something even darker than Baku's twisted magic. The sea itself was restless. The waves lapped at the shore in a way that felt wrong, like they were whispering secrets, secrets that Nia was not yet ready to hear. She had to know more about the Elder Tide, about how to control it before it controlled her. And for that, she would need the High Priestess. The journey to the temple was quiet, save for the distant hum of the ocean and the soft footsteps of her guards behind her. Nia's mind was heavy with thoughts of the coming war. She could not afford to fail. Not when so many were depending on her. Her thoughts turned to Baku's mother, the Sea Witch, the one who had helped Baku create the dark ritual. Nia knew that this was only part of a much larger scheme, one that would stretch far beyond the borders of Karzan. The temple stood at the edge of a cliff, its towering spires reaching toward the sky like fingers grasping for the clouds. The air was thick with the scent of incense, and the walls were covered in intricate carvings that told the stories of the ancient ones, the spirits of the sea, the protectors of the land. Inside, the High Priestess awaited, her presence like a calm breeze in the midst of a storm. The High Priestess, Mermaid, was an ancient woman with silver hair and a face marked by years of wisdom. Her eyes, however, were as sharp as ever, filled with a knowledge that spanned generations. She rose from her seat as Nia entered, her expression softening. "Princess Nia," Mermaid said, her voice gentle yet powerful. "You have fought with great courage. But the storm is not yet over." "I know," Nia replied, her voice tight. "I need to understand the Elder Tide. I need to know how to control it, how to stop Baku and his magic. Mame nodded, her gaze steady. The Elder Tide is a powerful force, Princess. It is not something to be controlled easily. It is born of the ocean itself, a living, breathing thing. You do not command the sea, you coexist with it. You must listen to it, understand it, or else it will consume you. Nia's heart raced. But I need to use it to protect my people, to stop Baku. The sea will protect those who respect it, but it will not yield to those who seek to dominate it, Mame warned. You must learn the balance, Nia. If you use the Elder Tide without understanding it, you will lose yourself. The power you seek is both a gift and a curse. I don't have a choice, Nia said, desperation creeping into her voice. I can't let Baku win. He will destroy everything. Mame regarded her for a long moment, her eyes softening with understanding. I know, child. But there are dangers you do not yet understand. The sea has its own desires, its own will. And the more you draw from it, the more you risk awakening something darker beneath the waves. Nia's brow furrowed. What do you mean? Mame's eyes grew distant, as though she were seeing something far beyond the temple walls. There are ancient forces in the ocean, forces that were locked away long before the kingdoms were founded. Forces that even Baku's mother cannot control. If you push too far, if you draw too much from the Elder Tide, you may awaken something that will not be so easily contained. The words sent a chill down Nia's spine. What are you saying? There are whispers in the deep, Princess, Mame continued, her voice low and grave. Whispers of a being older than the ocean itself. It is not of this world. It is something that exists in the spaces between the waves, something that has lain dormant for millennia. If you continue to call upon the Elder Tide without understanding its true nature, you may awaken it. Nia felt her blood run cold. What will happen if this being is awakened? Mame's expression darkened. It will bring destruction, far greater than anything Baku could ever conjure. The sea will rise up, and it will consume everything in its path. The kingdoms, the people, even the very land itself, it will be swept away. Nia's mind raced. She had to find a way to stop Baku without risking the wrath of the ancient forces beneath the waves. The Elder Tide, the sea, it was all tied together. But how could she control such a vast and uncontrollable power? I don't know if I can do this, Mame, Nia whispered, her voice filled with doubt. Mame placed a hand on Nia's shoulder, her grip firm yet comforting. You are stronger than you think, Princess. But you must learn to listen. You must find the heart of the ocean, the source of the Elder Tide, and understand its true power. Only then will you be able to stop Baku and save your people. Nia nodded, her heart heavy with the weight of the task before her. The battle was not over, and the true challenge had just begun. She had to learn the secrets of the sea, to find its heart before Baku and the dark forces could consume it. The night after her conversation with the High Priestess, Nia lay awake in her chambers, staring up at the moonlight filtering through the windows. The stillness of the night was a stark contrast to the storm that raged inside her heart. The weight of her new understanding pressed heavily upon her, and she could not shake the feeling that time was running out. Baku's dark magic would not wait. And the ancient forces beneath the sea were stirring. The whispers Mame had spoken of were more than just warnings, they were a grave reality. Nia had to find the heart of the ocean, the source of the Elder Tide, before it was too late. But where could she find it? The sea was vast and infinite, stretching beyond the horizon. No one had ever claimed to understand its true depths, and no one had ever dared to seek the heart of the ocean. It was said to be hidden in the deepest part of the sea, a place where no mortal could survive. But if Nia did not find it, the ocean itself might turn against her, and the ancient being Mame spoke of would be unleashed upon the world. The next morning, Nia summoned Fola to her chambers. He entered with a look of concern, his brow furrowed as he noticed the weariness in her eyes. "Princess, you look troubled," Fola said, his voice soft but full of concern. "I am troubled," Fola, Nia replied, her tone heavy. The sea is more dangerous than I ever realized. It is not just Baku's magic I must fight, it is the very power of the ocean itself. Fola's expression darkened. What do you mean? There are ancient forces beneath the sea, forces that even Baku cannot control, Nia explained, her voice strained. If I continue to draw on the Elder Tide, I may awaken something far worse than Baku's army, something that could destroy everything. Fola was silent for a moment, his mind racing as he processed what Nia had said. And what do we do, princess? How can we stop it? Nia's gaze hardened as she looked out over the ocean from her balcony. I need to find the heart of the ocean, the source of the Elder Tide. It is the only way to truly control its power. But the journey will not be easy. The heart of the ocean is hidden in the deepest part of the sea, a place where no one has ever returned. Fola's eyes widened in disbelief. But how will you survive? The depths of the ocean are treacherous. I don't know, Nia said quietly, her voice filled with resolve. But I have no other choice. If I do not find it, Baku will return stronger than before, and the sea will turn against us all. I must take the risk. Fola nodded slowly, his eyes filled with a mixture of admiration and fear. Then I will go with you. We will find it together. Nia turned to face him, her heart grateful for his loyalty. No, Fola. This is something I must do alone. The Elder Tide is a bond between the sea and me. If I bring anyone else, I might jeopardize the journey. I must face this challenge on my own. Fola opened his mouth to protest, but Nia raised her hand, silencing him. Please, Fola. You have been by my side through so much already. This is my burden to bear. I need you to stay here, protect the kingdom, and prepare for the battles to come. Fola hesitated, his eyes searching hers, but in the end, he nodded. I understand, princess. I will do as you ask. But promise me you will return. I promise, Nia said softly, her heart heavy with the weight of the promise she had just made. With that, Nia set out on her journey, the weight of the ocean's power and the future of her people resting on her shoulders. The days that followed were filled with preparation. Nia consulted the ancient texts in the temple, searching for any clue that might lead her to the heart of the ocean. But the texts were cryptic, filled with riddles and tales of long-lost civilizations that had vanished beneath the waves. The deeper she delved into the ancient knowledge, the more she realized how little she truly understood about the Elder Tide, and how dangerous it could be. As the days passed, Nia's determination grew. She would not fail. She could not fail. Finally, after what felt like an eternity, the day of departure arrived. The sun was setting on the horizon as Nia stood on the shore, the salty breeze whipping through her hair. A small boat, crafted from the finest wood, awaited her. It was said that only the most skilled sailors could navigate the treacherous waters of the deep, but Nia had no choice. She had to trust in the ocean, even as she feared what it might bring. She climbed into the boat, the weight of the Elder Tide heavy on her chest. With a deep breath, she cast off, the boat drifting out into the open sea. The water was calm at first, the waves gentle as they rocked the boat. But Nia knew that this calm would not last. The deeper she ventured, the more the ocean would reveal its true nature. As the boat moved farther from shore, the world around Nia seemed to fall away. The sounds of the shore faded into silence, replaced by the rhythmic lapping of the waves against the hull. The sky above was darkening, the stars beginning to twinkle faintly in the distance. Nia's heart beat faster as the boat continued its journey, the ocean stretching out endlessly before her. She felt the pull of the Elder Tide within her, a force that beckoned her deeper and deeper into the sea. And then, as the boat reached the edge of the known world, the sea began to change. The water grew darker, the waves more turbulent, as though the very ocean was reacting to her presence. The Elder Tide surged within her, and Nia felt the weight of it, the power that threatened to overwhelm her. She had reached the heart of the ocean. And in the depths, something stirred. The boat rocked violently as the sea around Nia began to shift. What had once been a calm, steady journey turned into an unsettling ordeal. The waves, once gentle, now churned with an unnatural force, rising and falling in great, angry swells. The elder tide inside her stirred, thrumming with power as if it sensed the ancient forces awakening beneath the waves. Nia gripped the sides of the boat, her knuckles white as the sea spray stung her face. She could feel it, an immense presence beneath her, something vast and ancient, as though the very heart of the ocean was calling to her. It was a feeling unlike anything she had ever experienced before. The air around her grew heavy, thick with salt and magic, and the sky seemed to darken, the stars obscured by a growing storm. The boat plunged downward suddenly, as though dragged by an invisible force. Nia's heart raced as she realized that the ocean itself was pulling her into its depths. She had known this moment would come, the moment when the elder tide would demand everything from her. But nothing could have prepared her for the overwhelming presence of the ocean's heart. With a swift motion, Nia threw herself over the side of the boat, diving into the cold, dark water below. The sea swallowed her whole, the pressure of the deep pressing in around her as the current pulled her further down. She could no longer hear the sound of her heartbeat, only the deafening roar of the ocean's depths, as though the very sea itself was alive. Nia's vision blurred as the water darkened, the shadows of the deep twisting around her. She forced herself to keep her focus, drawing on every ounce of strength she had to fight the suffocating darkness. The elder tide within her was her only source of light in this abyss, glowing faintly, like a beacon in the dark. Suddenly, she felt something, an enormous, invisible force, pass by her, sending a wave of pressure through the water. Her body was pushed deeper, the pressure increasing with each passing second. She could feel the force of the deep surrounding her, an ancient power older than anything she had known. It was calling to her. And then, in the distance, Nia saw it. A faint glow flickered deep within the water. At first, it was just a tiny, distant light, like the faintest glimmer of hope. But as she swam closer, it grew brighter, until it became a shimmering, pulsing core, a massive, radiant heart of the ocean. It was like a living thing, beating and thrumming with energy, sending ripples of magic through the water. Nia's breath caught in her throat. This was it, the heart of the ocean, the source of the elder tide. And it was more beautiful, more terrifying than she could have ever imagined. The heart glowed with an ethereal light, casting strange shadows on the walls of the abyss. It was surrounded by swirling currents, as though it were held in a delicate web of magic, a force that could not be broken easily. Nia could feel the power radiating from it, the immense energy that had shaped the sea itself. She reached out, instinctively, drawn toward it as though it were a part of her. But as her hand neared the heart, something shifted in the water. A dark shape loomed from the depths, its eyes glowing with an unnatural light. It was a creature unlike anything Nia had ever seen before, its body covered in scales that shimmered like obsidian, and its eyes that glowed with a cold, malevolent light, locked onto hers. It was the ancient being Mame had warned her about. The creature's massive form twisted through the water, moving with a terrifying grace. Its presence was overwhelming, a shadow that threatened to consume everything in its path. It was no mere sea monster, it was a guardian, an ancient force that had once been sealed away by the first kings and queens of the sea, and now, it was free. Nia's heart raced as she realized the magnitude of the threat before her. This creature was not just a force of nature, it was a being of pure, unbridled power. And it was angry. Angry that she had disturbed the heart of the ocean. The creature opened its mouth, revealing rows of sharp teeth, each one as long as a spear. But rather than attacking immediately, it paused, its glowing eyes studying Nia. There was a strange, unsettling intelligence behind its gaze, as though it recognized her as something more than a mere mortal. "You should not have come here, child," a voice boomed, though it did not come from the creature's mouth. It resonated in Nia's mind, deep and powerful, like the voice of the ocean itself. "You seek to control what was never meant to be controlled." Nia's mind reeled, the voice echoing in her thoughts. She could feel the weight of its power pressing down on her, trying to force her into submission. But she gritted her teeth, drawing on the strength of the elder tide that flowed through her. "I must," she said, her voice steady despite the fear that gnawed at her insides. "The sea is in danger. My people are in danger. I will not let it fall into darkness." The creature's glowing eyes narrowed, its massive form shifting through the water like an unstoppable force. "You do not understand," it rumbled, its voice like thunder. "You cannot control the ocean. You cannot command the elder tide. It is not yours to wield." "I will learn to understand," Nia replied, her voice stronger now, filled with the determination she had carried with her all this time. "I will protect my kingdom, and I will protect the sea. Even if it means I must face you." The creature let out a low growl, its body undulating with raw power. "You cannot defeat me, child. I am the true heart of the ocean. You are nothing but a fleeting spark in its vastness. And you will be consumed." Nia's heart pounded in her chest as the creature lunged toward her, its jaws wide open. But in that moment, something within her shifted, something deep inside the elder tide responded to the creature's challenge. With a forceful cry, Nia extended her hand toward the heart of the ocean, calling upon the full power of the elder tide. The water around her surged, the current swirling with a blinding intensity. She could feel the ocean's power, the heart's power, coursing through her, filling her with an energy that was both awe-inspiring and terrifying. The ancient creature recoiled, its form momentarily shaken by the force of the elder tide. Nia's vision blurred as she pushed herself to the limit, the power of the ocean threatening to overwhelm her. She had to control it. She had to master it. And then, with a final, desperate surge of will, she reached out, pulling the heart of the ocean closer, drawing on its magic as if it were an extension of herself. The creature let out an ear-splitting roar, its form shuddering violently as the waves around them twisted and churned. It was no match for the elder tide in its purest form, but as it writhed and fought, Nia could feel its power seeping into her, trying to corrupt the magic that surged through her veins. This was the true test. She had to master the heart of the ocean, or it would consume her. Nia's body was trembling, every nerve burning with the intensity of the elder tide. The power she had summoned from the heart of the ocean surged within her, both exhilarating and terrifying in equal measure. She could feel it, the raw energy of the sea, ancient and untamed, flowing through her veins like wildfire. It was beautiful and overwhelming, but also dangerous. The creature, its immense form writhing in the depths, glared at her with eyes that burned like twin lanterns. It seemed momentarily stunned by her strength, but only for a fleeting moment. Its massive tail flicked through the water, creating whirlpools that threatened to swallow her whole. With a low growl, the creature spoke again, its voice thundering through the water. "You are not worthy, mortal. You cannot contain the heart of the ocean. It is not a power to be wielded by one such as you." Nia felt her grip on the power of the elder tide slip ever so slightly. The creature's words, heavy with centuries of wisdom and darkness, sought to unravel her resolve. She could feel the ocean's pulse beneath her, its unfathomable depths whispering temptations in her mind. But Nia refused to yield. She could not let it take her, could not let the ocean be twisted into a force of destruction. She had to fight, not just for herself, but for her people, for Karzan, for everything that was at stake. If she failed, the kingdom she loved would fall to the merman warlord Baku and his army. And even worse, the ocean would become an unquenchable force of chaos, devouring everything in its path. Drawing in a shaky breath, Nia steadied herself. She focused on the elder tide within her, on the bond she shared with the sea, and began to speak, her voice barely a whisper over the roar of the water. "I do not seek to control you," she said, her voice steady and clear. "I seek only to protect. I seek only to preserve the balance between the sea and the land. The elder tide is a gift, not a curse. It is a force of life, not death." The creature paused. Its glowing eyes studied her, and for a moment, the tumultuous waters around them stilled. Nia could feel the weight of its gaze, ancient and knowing, as if the creature were trying to decide if she were truly worthy of the power she sought to claim. "Do you believe that?" the creature asked, its voice softer now, though still filled with an ominous undertone. "The ocean does not care for balance. It cares only for what it can consume. It is vast and endless, and it will never be tamed." "I do not seek to tame it," Nia replied, her voice strong now, filled with conviction. "I seek to honor it. I seek to be its protector, to guide it as it has always guided me. I know the ocean's power, and I know that it can heal. But it can also destroy. I will ensure it is never used for destruction again." The creature let out a low growl, as though contemplating her words. For a moment, Nia thought it might strike, might destroy her for daring to challenge its ancient ways. But instead, the creature's eyes softened, just a little. "Then you must prove yourself," it rumbled, its voice like the distant thunder of a storm. "You must prove that you are not merely another mortal seeking to conquer what cannot be conquered. You must show the ocean that your heart is true." Nia's pulse quickened as she realized what the creature was asking of her. This was no mere test of strength, no battle of wills. This was a test of her very soul. "I will prove myself," Nia said, her voice unwavering. "I will show you that I am worthy of the elder tide. I will show you that I am worthy of the heart of the ocean." The creature seemed to consider her words, its massive form rippling with dark energy. Then, with a slow, deliberate motion, it submerged into the depths, disappearing into the inky blackness of the ocean. The pressure around Nia lifted, though the weight of the elder tide within her remained, a constant reminder of the power she was trying to control. For a long moment, all was silent. Nia floated in the vastness of the ocean, her heart beating in time with the pulse of the elder tide. She knew that this was only the beginning, that the true test was yet to come. But she also knew that she could not fail. Not now. Not when everything was at stake. And then, as if in response to her determination, the ocean itself seemed to shift. The waters around her began to move, swirling in intricate patterns as though answering her call. The heart of the ocean, the glowing core that had drawn her here, pulsed in rhythm with her own heartbeat, as though it were alive, as though it recognized her presence. With a deep breath, Nia reached out once more, her hand trembling as she touched the glowing heart. The moment her fingers made contact, a surge of energy coursed through her, a force greater than anything she had ever felt before. It was as if the ocean itself was reaching into her soul, testing her worthiness, testing her resolve. The heart of the ocean pulsed again, this time stronger, sending a ripple of energy through the water. Nia could feel the power within it, ancient and untamed, thrumming in her veins. She closed her eyes and focused, trying to channel the elder tide, trying to become one with the ocean itself. She had to do this. She had to prove to the creature, to the ocean, that she was not a threat. She was its ally, its protector. For what felt like an eternity, Nia floated in the depths, her mind filled with the swirling, pulsing energy of the ocean. She could feel the weight of the creature's gaze upon her, but she did not waver. She had come too far to turn back now. And then, at last, the creature spoke again, its voice filled with a strange mix of approval and caution. "You have proven your heart to the ocean," it said. "But the elder tide is a power beyond your understanding. You are not yet ready to wield it fully. But perhaps you will be." With that, the creature began to recede into the depths, its massive form vanishing into the darkness. Nia felt a wave of relief wash over her as the pressure around her lifted, the weight of the ocean's power no longer threatening to crush her. But she knew this was not the end of her journey. It was only the beginning. The sea around Nia calmed as the ancient creature retreated into the abyss. The waters, once frenzied and violent, now settled into a strange, eerie stillness. The pressure that had nearly crushed her moments ago began to dissipate, leaving Nia floating in an unsettling calm, her breath steadying as she looked out over the vast expanse of the ocean. Though she had faced the creature and passed the test of the heart, Nia knew that this was not the end of her struggle. It had only confirmed what she already knew deep within her, the Elder Tide was a power beyond mortal understanding, and it could not be controlled easily. She was only beginning to understand its true potential and its dangers. Her mind raced as the weight of the situation settled over her. The ocean, vast and mysterious, had responded to her call, but she had also sensed something else in the depths. There was a disturbance, an unnatural presence growing stronger with each passing moment. It was the same feeling she had sensed when Baku had first appeared, an undercurrent of malevolence that threatened to consume everything in its path. Baku. The name haunted her thoughts as she turned, slowly swimming toward the surface. She had learned so much about the Elder Tide, but it was not enough. Not yet. The sea itself had shown her its power, but that power was not yet hers to wield fully. She still had to understand it, to learn its language, its rhythm, and its secrets. And time was running out. As she broke the surface of the water, the moonlight bathed her in a cold, silvery glow. She gasped for air, her chest heaving as she floated on her back, staring up at the sky. The stars shone down upon her, but the storm clouds she had seen earlier were still gathering in the distance, casting a shadow over the sea. She had to return to Karzan. Her people needed her. But as Nia began to swim toward the distant shore, a sinking feeling twisted in her stomach. The storm that loomed on the horizon wasn't just a natural phenomenon. It was something far darker, something far more sinister. She could feel it in the air, a pulse of magic that resonated deep within her. The storm was a manifestation of Baku's power. He was coming. The wind picked up, howling through the air as dark clouds rolled across the sky. The waves surged, rising and falling as if in response to the storm's arrival. Nia's heart raced as she realized that she was no longer just fighting for her kingdom, she was fighting for her very soul. She had learned of the Elder Tide's potential, but the power within her was not enough to stop Baku alone. He had already begun his ritual, and she knew that she had little time to prepare. The portal would open soon, and once it did, the Merman warlord's army would flood into Karzan, overwhelming her people and bringing destruction to everything in its wake. Nia's mind was a whirlwind of thoughts. She had to find a way to stop the ritual before it was too late. But how? The ocean was vast, its mysteries beyond her comprehension. And Baku was a master of manipulation and deceit. He would stop at nothing to see his plans come to fruition. There was only one person who could help her now. The winds howled as Nia swam toward the shore, her mind focused on the task ahead. She had to find her grandmother, the wise and powerful Mermaid, who had once guided her on her path to understanding the Elder Tide. Mermaid was the only one who could help her now, the only one who had the knowledge and power to stop Baku and his dark ritual. Nia's thoughts drifted back to the night of the storm when Mermaid had first revealed to her the secrets of the Elder Tide. Her grandmother's wisdom had been a guiding light in the darkness, and now, more than ever, Nia needed that light to guide her through the storm that loomed ahead. As Nia reached the shore, she pulled herself out of the water, her skin glistening with droplets of seawater. She scanned the horizon, her heart pounding in her chest. The storm was growing closer, the winds fierce as the sea began to churn with greater intensity. The waves crashed against the rocks, sending spray into the air as if the ocean itself were angry. She had to hurry. With swift, determined steps, Nia made her way to the heart of Karzan. She had learned long ago that her grandmother's house was no ordinary dwelling. Hidden deep in the forest, it was a place of magic, a place where the ancient forces of nature could be felt in every stone and leaf. The Elder Tide was a part of the land here, woven into the very fabric of the kingdom. As she entered the forest, the trees seemed to bend and sway with the wind, their branches creaking and groaning as though they, too, felt the tension in the air. The earth beneath her feet seemed alive, pulsing with energy, as if the land itself was aware of the danger that was approaching. At last, Nia reached the clearing where Mermaid's house stood, a small, humble structure built from stone and wood, surrounded by a lush garden of herbs and flowers. The smell of incense and wildflowers filled the air, and the soft glow of candlelight flickered through the windows. Nia knocked on the door, her heart racing. She had to be fast. Every moment counted. The door creaked open, and there stood Mame, her eyes sharp and knowing, as though she had been expecting Nia all along. The old woman's silver hair shimmered in the light, and her deep, knowing gaze met Nia's with an intensity that spoke of years of wisdom. "You've returned," Mame said softly, her voice like the rustling of leaves in the wind. "And just in time. The storm is upon us." Nia stepped inside, her breath coming in ragged gasps. "Mame, it's Baku. He's begun the ritual. He's opening the portal, and I don't know how to stop him." Mame's expression darkened, her eyes narrowing as she listened to Nia's words. "The ritual is not something that can be stopped easily. But it is not impossible. You've learned much about the Elder Tide, but you still do not understand all of its power." Nia nodded, her heart heavy. "I know. I feel the ocean's power within me, but I don't know how to use it. Not like Baku does. I need your help, Mame. I need to understand how to control it." Mame studied her granddaughter for a long moment before speaking. "The Elder Tide is not a force to be controlled, Nia. It is a force to be understood. You must learn to listen to it, to feel its rhythm. Only then will you be able to harness its true power." Nia's gaze dropped to the floor, and for a moment, she felt overwhelmed. The weight of the task before her seemed insurmountable. But as she looked up at Mame, she saw the determination in her eyes. "You are not alone, Nia," Mame said, her voice firm. "The Elder Tide flows through you, and through your people. You must unite with them, draw on their strength, and together, you will stop Baku." Nia took a deep breath, the words sinking in. She had always carried the burden of the Elder Tide alone, but Mame was right. She could not do this on her own. She had to trust in the power of her people and the bond that connected them all. The storm outside raged louder, the winds howling like a beast in the night. But Nia felt something else now, something deep within her. The Elder Tide was not just a power, it was a force of unity, of connection. She could feel her ancestors, her people, all reaching out to her through the waves, through the earth, through the very air around her. She was not alone. The storm outside intensified as Nia sat in the quiet comfort of Mame's house. Despite the calm inside, the wind howled through the trees, and the sky, once speckled with stars, was now a dark blanket of fury. But in the dimly lit room, Mame's presence was a steadying force, her wisdom a beacon of calm amidst the chaos of the world outside. Nia had barely taken a moment to rest before Mame began preparing a mixture of herbs and oils. The scent of rosemary, lavender, and a hint of salt from the sea filled the air, calming Nia's racing thoughts. The room seemed to pulse with magic, a magic ancient and powerful, much like the Elder Tide that surged within Nia's veins. "Sit, child," Mame said softly, her old, weathered hands motioning toward a small rug near the fire. "We must prepare your mind and spirit for what is to come. The Elder Tide is no mere power, it is a song, a rhythm, a heartbeat of the earth and sea. To control it, you must become one with it." Nia nodded, her heart still heavy with worry. She could feel the weight of time pressing down on her shoulders. Every second that passed was another moment closer to the storm Baku was unleashing. She needed the strength of the Elder Tide, needed to learn to listen to it as Mame said, but the weight of the power in her body was like a constant storm, a force that was impossible to ignore. As she sat, Mame began to chant softly in a language that Nia did not understand. The words flowed like the ebb and flow of the ocean, rhythmic and soothing, like the whisper of the sea itself. Mame's voice resonated with an ancient energy, an energy that Nia felt in the very air around her. With each word, the room seemed to grow warmer, the flickering light of the fire intensifying. "Focus, child," Mame instructed. "Feel the pulse of the land, the heartbeat of the earth beneath you. The Elder Tide does not only flow in the sea. It flows in the wind, in the trees, in the soil beneath your feet. You are one with it all." Nia closed her eyes, breathing deeply. She could feel the power, not just in the depths of the ocean, but in the very air that surrounded her. It was everywhere, hidden in the rustling of the trees, in the soft whisper of the wind, in the fire that flickered before her. The elder tide was not a single force. It was everything. Her mind began to quiet, the chaotic thoughts of Baku's approaching ritual fading as she focused on the gentle hum of the earth beneath her. She felt the ocean's vastness, its endlessness, but she also felt the pulse of the land, the slow, steady beat of life that flowed through every living thing. And then, as if guided by some unseen hand, she felt the connection, the thread that linked her to the heart of the ocean. It was a subtle thing at first, like the faintest ripple on the surface of the sea. But as she focused, it grew stronger. The rhythm of the world around her, wind, water, earth, began to sync with her heartbeat, and for the first time, she felt truly at peace. The elder tide is not a power to be controlled, Mame's voice broke through her reverie, but one to be understood. When you become one with it, you will understand its purpose. It is not a tool to be wielded, but a force to be respected. Nia opened her eyes, her mind clearer than it had been in days. She felt different now, calmer, more grounded, and more connected to the world around her. She could hear the distant roar of the ocean, the waves crashing against the shore, but it no longer felt like a force of chaos. It felt like a part of her. "I understand," Nia whispered. "It is not for me to control the elder tide. I must flow with it, like a current in the sea." Mame smiled, her face crinkling with the wisdom of age. "Exactly, child. You are not its master. But you are its guide. The elder tide will answer to you only when it knows you respect it, when it knows you are ready to walk alongside it." Nia's thoughts turned to Baku. He was the master of his own dark currents, using the power of the ocean to serve his own ends. But Nia now realized that if she could learn to understand the rhythm of the sea, she could unite her people with the power of the elder tide, to protect them from Baku's invading army. The storm outside raged louder. The time for learning was over. Nia knew what she had to do. The fire crackled as Nia stood, her mind still resonating with the rhythm of the elder tide. She felt its pulse in every fiber of her being, its vastness and its depth, and in that moment, she understood. The power of the elder tide wasn't just in her. It was in her people, in every living creature, in every breath of wind and crash of wave. Turning to Mame, Nia's voice was steady, filled with purpose. "I need to gather the people. I cannot do this alone. If we are to face Baku and his army, we must unite, not just in body, but in spirit. The elder tide flows through us all. We must come together as one." Mame nodded, her eyes filled with pride. "You understand now, Nia. The strength of the elder tide is not just in one individual, but in the unity of all who walk in its light. Go, child. Call them. Let them hear the song of the ocean, the call of the land." With that, Nia turned and walked out of Mame's house, the wind and storm pushing against her as if to challenge her resolve. She could feel the rhythm of the sea pulsing in her chest, guiding her steps as she made her way to the center of Karzan. The people were already gathering in the streets, their faces tense with fear as the winds howled and the waves grew higher. The storm was no longer just a natural disaster, it was Baku's magic, his power threatening to tear apart the kingdom. Nia knew that if they were to stand a chance, they would need more than just the strength of the elder tide. They would need the strength of every man, woman, and child who called Karzan home. Standing before them, Nia raised her arms, calling for silence. Her voice, though soft at first, grew louder as the people turned to her, waiting for her words. "The storm is upon us," Nia said, her voice strong, resonating with the power of the ocean. "But it is not the storm of the sea. It is the storm of Baku, the merman warlord, who seeks to conquer us. He seeks to enslave us. But we will not be enslaved. We will not be conquered. We are one with the elder tide, and we will stand together." A hush fell over the crowd. The air seemed to crackle with anticipation. Nia's heart beat in time with the ocean's rhythm as she continued. "We are not just people of land and sea. We are people of the rhythm. The elder tide flows through us all. It connects us, it unites us. And together, we will stop Baku. We will stop his army. We will stop the storm. The people began to murmur, a wave of hope spreading through them like the tide. Nia could feel it, could feel the power of the ocean surging in response to their unity. The air around her seemed to shimmer, the very earth beneath her feet alive with energy. Let us stand together, Nia finished, her voice a clarion call. Let us show Baku that the power of the elder tide is stronger than his dark magic. Together, we will protect Kharzan. As the crowd erupted in cheers, Nia felt a sense of calm wash over her. The storm was still coming, but it no longer seemed so impossible to face. She had the strength of her people with her now. The rhythm of the elder tide flowed through every one of them, and together, they would be unstoppable. The winds howled through the streets of Kharzan, but the people no longer cowered in fear. Nia had united them, and the once terrified citizens of the kingdom now stood tall, their hearts filled with the rhythm of the elder tide. They had heard Nia's call, and they knew that together they could stand against the dark forces that threatened their land. The storm clouds loomed ominously over the kingdom, casting a shadow that stretched from the distant sea to the very heart of the city. The ocean, once a symbol of life and sustenance, had become a harbinger of destruction. The waves rose higher with each passing moment, crashing violently against the shore as if the sea itself were trying to break free from its bonds. Baku was coming. Nia stood at the center of the gathering, her heart racing as she looked out over the sea. The elder tide pulsed within her, its rhythm steady and unyielding, but she knew that it would not be enough to face Baku's dark magic alone. She had seen the power he wielded, the way he had manipulated the ocean and the creatures within it. She had learned the ways of the elder tide, but it was not just knowledge that would win this battle. It was unity, the strength of her people coming together as one. As the storm raged, Nia called upon the leaders of the different tribes and villages of Kharzan to join her. She had sent word for them to gather, knowing that their combined strength would be the key to stopping Baku's invasion. The Sea Witch's ritual was in its final stages, and once it was complete, there would be no turning back. The portal would open, and Baku's army would flood into the kingdom, bringing death and destruction with it. But Nia was determined to stop him. The leaders arrived, their faces grim but resolute. Each wore symbols of their tribes, representing their unique connection to the land and the sea. They stood before Nia, awaiting her orders. "We must stand together," Nia said, her voice steady and strong. "The elder tide flows through us all, and with its power, we can stop Baku. But we must act quickly. We have no time to waste." One of the leaders, a tall man with dark skin and sharp eyes, stepped forward. He was from the village of Abium, known for their mastery of herbal magic and healing. "We will stand with you, Princess Nia. The elder tide is not just the power of the ocean, it is the power of the earth, the trees, the very soil beneath our feet. We will fight by your side." A woman from the village of Dundu, a skilled warrior with a deep connection to the wind, nodded in agreement. "And the wind will be with us. It is as much a part of the elder tide as the sea. I will call upon its power to guide us." Another leader, a small but fierce elder from the village of Okeen, whose people were known for their mastery of fire magic, raised his staff. "The fire will burn bright for us. We will not let darkness consume us." Nia smiled, feeling the strength of the unity that had formed in that moment. Each tribe brought their own connection to the elder tide, and together, they would form an unbreakable bond. The storm raged above them, but Nia could feel the power of the elder tide flowing through her people. The ocean's rhythm beat in time with their hearts, and the land itself seemed to respond to their resolve. "We are one," Nia said, her voice carrying on the wind. "The power of the elder tide is not just in the ocean, but in all of us. Together, we will face the storm. Together, we will defeat Baku." The leaders nodded, their faces set with determination. The people behind them cheered, their voices rising in a collective roar that echoed across the land. Nia felt the power of the elder tide surge within her, a force that united them all, and she knew that they were ready. The night had fallen, and the storm was at its peak. The winds howled, and the waves crashed against the shore with an intensity that rattled the foundations of Kharzan. The sea had become a churning mass of fury, as if it were alive and fighting to break free of its chains. The once beautiful waters that surrounded the kingdom had turned dark and violent, a reflection of the evil that Baku had brought with him. Nia stood at the front of her people, her heart pounding as she watched the horizon. She could feel the elder tide pulsing within her, stronger than ever before, but it was not enough to hold back the storm. Baku's magic was powerful, and the ritual he had begun was nearly complete. The portal was opening, and soon, the Merman warlord's army would pour into the kingdom. But Nia would not let that happen. With a deep breath, Nia raised her arms to the sky. She called out to the elder tide, to the land, the sea, the wind, and the fire. Her voice, carrying the weight of the ocean's rhythm, echoed through the storm, reaching out to every corner of the kingdom. The people responded, their voices joining hers in a powerful chant that resonated with the very pulse of the earth. The wind began to shift, swirling around them in a spiraling vortex of energy. The sea calmed, the waves falling still as the elder tide's power flowed through the people of Kharzan. Nia felt the magic of the land and sea converge in that moment, a power unlike anything she had ever known. The portal opened. It was not a grand spectacle, not the flashy display of dark magic Nia had feared. Instead, it was a subtle, quiet opening, a thin rift in the air that shimmered with an eerie blue light. From the rift came the sound of waves crashing, the distant growl of creatures unseen. The air around it was thick with malevolent energy. Nia could feel Baku's presence through the portal. He was close, his dark magic reaching through to the kingdom like a rotting tendril. But Nia also felt the strength of the elder tide, its rhythm and power guiding her, giving her the strength to face the darkness. "We must close it," Nia said, her voice filled with resolve. "We must stop Baku before it's too late." The leaders nodded, their faces set with determination. They had felt the power of the elder tide, and they knew that together, they could stop the portal. They began to chant in unison, their voices rising in a song that resonated with the earth, the wind, and the sea. But Baku was not alone. The portal crackled with energy, the dark magic emanating from it like a pulse of cold, unnatural force. The air around it felt thick with tension, the weight of Baku's presence pressing down on everything. The sea roared in fury, as if reacting to the dark ritual that had begun. Nia felt it, felt Baku's power reaching through the rift, grasping at her, trying to drag her into the depths of its darkness. She could hear his voice, faint at first but growing louder, filled with malice and hunger. He was close, and his army was even closer. But Nia was not afraid. The elder tide surged within her, stronger now than it had ever been before. She felt the rhythm of the land and sea, the beat of her people's hearts, all sinking together, forming a bond that could not be broken. She closed her eyes and let the power flow through her, channeling it through her hands as she reached for the portal. "We must close it," she whispered, her voice steady. "We must stop him before his army comes through." The leaders of the tribe stood behind her, their voices rising in chant as they too called upon the elder tide's power. The wind howled, swirling around them like a tempest, while the ground beneath their feet trembled as if responding to their unity. The fire at their backs burned brightly, its flames crackling and dancing with the rhythm of the chant. But despite the strength of their combined magic, the portal did not close. Instead, it flickered, growing wider with each passing second. Through the rift, Nia could see shadows moving, dark, twisted forms, creatures from the deep, Baku's army. Baku's voice grew louder, more distinct, and Nia could feel the weight of his dark power pressing against her. His laughter echoed in her mind, a cruel, taunting sound that chilled her to the bone. "You cannot stop me, princess," Baku's voice echoed from the portal. "The elder tide may flow through you, but you are no match for my army. You cannot defeat what you cannot control." Nia gritted her teeth, her hands shaking as she reached for the elder tide within her. She could feel the power, its rhythm growing stronger with every heartbeat, but it was not enough to stop the portal from widening. Together, Nia whispered, her eyes opening. "We are stronger together." The leaders of the tribes nodded in unison, their eyes filled with resolve. They stepped forward, surrounding Nia, each one calling upon the magic of their people, the magic of earth, wind, fire, and water. The power of the Elder Tide surged around them, a living, breathing force that seemed to echo through the very air. Suddenly, the ground beneath their feet cracked open, and from the earth rose a great, towering form, an ancient spirit of the land. Its body was made of stone and vine, and its eyes glowed with the green fire of the Elder Tide. It was the spirit of Karzan itself, summoned by the united power of the tribes. "Together, we are the land," the spirit's deep voice rumbled, filling the air with the weight of its words. "And together, we will defend it." The spirit extended its massive hands toward the portal, and with a roar, it pushed against the rift. The air vibrated with the force of its power, and Nia felt the portal's edges begin to tremble. But Baku's laugh rang out, louder than before. "You think you can defeat me with magic? You are weak, Nia. You cannot stop me. I will claim this land, and with it, you will fall." Nia's heart raced as she felt the pressure of Baku's magic bearing down on them. The Elder Tide pulsed in her chest, but it was not enough. She could feel the dark tide of Baku's magic pushing back against them. "Do not fight him with force," Mame's voice echoed in Nia's mind. "Fight him with unity. The Elder Tide is the song of the earth and sea. It is not meant for war. It is meant for harmony." Nia closed her eyes again, focusing on the rhythm of the Elder Tide, on the flow of the ocean, the beat of the wind, the pulse of the earth beneath her feet. She let go of the need to fight, to control. Instead, she let the Elder Tide guide her, let it flow through her, unimpeded by fear or doubt. She reached out with her mind, extending her senses to the people gathered around her. The rhythm of their hearts, their voices, the very air they breathed, all came together in perfect harmony. She felt the land, the sea, the fire, and the wind. It was not one force, but a symphony, a single, unified force. And then, in the stillness of that moment, Nia understood. The power of the Elder Tide was not meant to destroy, it was meant to unite. With that realization, Nia opened her eyes and extended her hands toward the portal. She felt the Elder Tide surge, but this time, it was not a force of destruction. It was a force of balance. As her hands reached out, the portal trembled, the darkness flickering and shifting. The shadows from the deep screamed as the light of the Elder Tide began to push them back, forcing the portal to shrink. The wind howled, and the waves crashed violently against the shore, but the spirit of Karzan stood firm, its massive hands pushing against the rift with the strength of the land itself. And then, with a final, deafening roar, the portal closed. For a moment, everything was still. The storm above them began to dissipate, the clouds parting to reveal a sky full of stars. The wind calmed, and the sea fell silent, as if acknowledging the victory of the Elder Tide. Nia collapsed to her knees, exhausted, but filled with a sense of peace. She had done it. They had done it. Together, they had stopped Baku. The night had come to an end, and the first light of dawn spread across the sky like a golden brushstroke. The storm that had once raged over Karzan had faded into memory, leaving behind only calm waters and a peaceful breeze. The people of Karzan stood in the stillness, as if the very earth was holding its breath, waiting for the final word. Nia stood at the front of her people, the weight of the battle still heavy on her shoulders, but her heart light with relief. The Elder Tide pulsed quietly within her, its rhythm now peaceful and steady. The land, the sea, the wind, and the fire, all were at peace once again. Behind her, the leaders of the tribes stood tall, their faces filled with both exhaustion and triumph. They had faced Baku's dark magic together and had overcome it, their unity stronger than ever before. The spirit of Karzan, having helped them in the final battle, now slowly faded back into the earth, its work complete. But there was no time to rest. The war was over, but the healing had only just begun. Nia turned to face her people, her voice steady and strong. We have won, but this is only the beginning. We have faced darkness together, and we have emerged victorious. But we must rebuild. We must heal, and we must honor those who fought for our kingdom. The people cheered, their voices rising in unison, a chorus of joy and hope that filled the air. The sound was like music, a melody of freedom and unity. We will rebuild, Princess, one of the elders called out. We will make this kingdom stronger than ever before. Nia smiled, feeling the warmth of their words. Yes, we will. But we must remember what we have learned. The power of the Elder Tide is not a tool for destruction, it is a force of unity. We must protect the balance of the earth, the sea, the wind, and the fire. We must live in harmony with the world around us. The leaders nodded, and the people of Karzan murmured their agreement. The dark days of fear and war were behind them, and ahead lay a future filled with promise. But as the people celebrated, Nia's thoughts turned to Baku. She had not forgotten the Merman warlord, the men who had sought to destroy everything she had fought for. His army had been stopped, and his portal closed, but the darkness in his heart remained. Nia knew that he would not rest, that he would seek revenge for his failure. But she also knew that the Elder Tide was with her, and that with the unity of her people, there was no darkness they could not overcome. And so, with a deep breath, she turned to the sea, where the waters had once been churning with Baku's dark magic. Now, the ocean was calm, its surface shimmering in the light of the rising sun. Nia could feel its rhythm, steady and eternal. The war was over, but the journey was just beginning. Months passed, and the kingdom of Karzan flourished. The people rebuilt their homes and their lives, stronger and more united than ever. The Elder Tide flowed through the land, a constant reminder of the harmony they had found in their struggle. Nia's leadership was celebrated throughout the kingdom, and she became known as the Princess of the Elder Tide. Her wisdom and strength inspired not just the people of Karzan, but neighboring kingdoms as well. Peace had returned, but it was a peace born of unity, not fear. The tribes continued to stand together, their bonds forged in the fires of battle. They worked side by side to restore the land, to heal the wounds left by the darkness that had nearly consumed them. And in the heart of Karzan, the people built a great monument to the Elder Tide, a reminder of the power of unity, of the land, and of the sea. And as for Baku, he was never seen again. It was said that he vanished into the depths of the ocean, his dark power broken by the very force he had sought to control. Some believed he would return, but Nia knew that the strength of her people, their connection to the Elder Tide, would keep the darkness at bay. And so, the kingdom of Karzan thrived, a kingdom built on the strength of its people and the unity of the Elder Tide. Thank you so much for joining me on this incredible journey. I hope you enjoyed the story of Nia and her people as they faced darkness together and emerged victorious. If you loved this story and want to see more epic adventures, be sure to like, share, and subscribe. Your support helps me create even more amazing content. Stay tuned for more incredible tales, and remember, the strength of unity can overcome any darkness. Until next time, may the Elder Tide flow through you all.